but mainly jokes about Garfield doing things a cat would do, the joke being that he's a cat, or jokes about Garfield doing things a cat would not do, the joke being he's a cat. These are my least favorite kind of Garfield joke, measured for a variety of variables, such as the amount of fourth wall breaks, which was 4, or instances of Garfield becoming suicidal, which was 2, or how many times the comic made me laugh, which was precisely once. It was this one. After many hours of collecting Garfield data, I sought to answer a single question that would surely help me understand Garfield, and by extension, Lasagna Cat. What was the most common type of joke in Garfield? And when I tabulated the results, what I saw shook me. What was I looking at? This couldn't be possible, and I grew concerned. The 400 comics I had pulled from were a combination of every comic on the Twitter account Random Garfield, which algorithmically pulls 3 random Garfield comics every day, as well as this YouTube video ranking the top 100 Garfield comics. Perhaps this video was a mistake, its author's biases tainting my study, so I proceeded to read 200 more Garfield comics, chosen completely at random from Garfield's web archive. I tallied the numbers again, and no, impossible. This time the results were even more pronounced. Was I subconsciously selecting Garfield comics to affirm my own biases? I couldn't allow this, and so I committed to reading an entire year of Garfield, each month being selected from 3 and 4 year intervals across Garfield's 4 decades, bringing my total number of read Garfield comics to 956. But then I was struck with an idea. What if I committed to reading every Garfield comic in existence? Then my data would be pure, complete, and indisputable. This is when I encountered a problem. When I sought out the estimated total number of Garfield comics in existence, that number was 14,000! But how was there that many? This video was already taking far too long, and at this point, I'd already spent several days reading Garfield comics, and yet somehow I had only consumed 6.83% of all Garfields. For not the last time this video, the very concept of Garfield began to feel gargantuan and impossible, entirely beyond the grasp of my feeble mortal consciousness. I decided that reading 14,000 Garfield comics was not a realistic goal. I know some of you consider this a failure. I'm sorry. I read up on sample sizes and learned that my current yield of Garfield comics will leave me with a margin of error of about 1.5%, and this is widely considered acceptable. I sigh and proceed forward. I tally the final numbers and rank each strain of Garfield joke from 11 to 1. The results frighten me. I am now going to share this specific breakdown with you because I need you to see what I see. Before we begin, I want you to ask yourself a question. What do you think is the most common type of joke in Garfield? And I want you to hold on to that guess as we proceed down the list. Number 11, we have jokes centered around Irma, the local cafe owner, and how she's bad at running her business. These jokes make up just 0.42% of Garfield. Just above that, at number 10, with 0.5%, were jokes based around Garfield's girlfriend Arlene. At number 9, with 1%, was humour derived from how much Garfield hates Nermal. At number 8, with 2.3%, is comedy conveying Garfield's hatred of spiders. At number 7, with 4.5%, was relatable humour. This was the first major surprise to me. I had assumed that a cat whose entire branding was built on one simple, relatable quote would have more relatable humor in its comic. I was wrong, and it wouldn't be the last time. At number 6, at 4.7%, was whimsy derived from Garfield's abuse of Odie. At number 5, with 13.7%, was mildly surreal and absurdist humor. At number 4, with 16.8%, are jokes based on Garfield being lazy and gluttonous, and again, for obvious reasons, I was shocked not to see this further in the list. Number 3, at 17.4%, is other. These are the kinds of jokes I do find. And at number 2, 18.8% is a mystery category that I will reveal much later in the video for dramatic effects. Now, before I invite one, I need to stop and ask you again, what do you think is the most common type of joke in Garfield? At number 1, and by far the biggest shock to this, was a category I never even noticed existed. And it's called John is Pathetic. John Arbuckle is 30 years old. He lives alone, has no real friends outside his dog and cat, and is constantly lonely. And these are all things that the Garfield comic takes joy in ridiculing. A typical John is Pathetic gag works like this. John says he's not going to call women for dates anymore, and he's going to wait for them to approach him. We see them waiting, and then we see them waiting what appears to be several months later. Jokes like this are very common, not just in how women find John actively repulsive, but how he is pathetic and should be ridiculed. And you can see this in how the comic portrays his intelligence, his hobbies, his fashion sense, to even his physical strength and inadequacy in anything
he
that could be
freaking goes
considered
hard on
remotely
everything.
masculine. Across nearly 1,000 comics, I measured 0 cases of John
I've
showing
watched this one
any
probably like
admirable
3
qualities.
times now.
Meaning, whereas Garfield is something to be aspired to, John is something to be laughed at. Even when John did find a girlfriend in Liz 28 years into Garfield's run, and only after fans begged Jim Davis to end John's loneliness, he's still treated as this pathetic character. And I think there's something kind of sad about that. A person whose only purpose is to be ridiculed and to be trapped in that existence for 40 years. And where this gets even sadder is when you start to consider the comic from John's perspective. Across that same range of comics, I measured 156 instances of John displaying some kind of negative emotion or mental anguish, anger, depression, lethargy. But if you're a casual reader of the comics, it might never feel like that. As whenever John does begin to sink into despair, Garfield is there to deliver a witty punchline and diffuse the tension. But here is where we start to get into the very strange nature of reality in Garfield. See, as the audience, as the readers of this comic, we can experience Garfield's thoughts through the visual device of thought police. But critically, this is not the case for John. Across every Garfield comic I read, I didn't record a single instance of John ever directly reacting to Garfield's thoughts in a way that couldn't be explained by him intuiting Garfield's body language and expression. That information is critical because it means the reality we are experiencing and the one John is experiencing are entirely different. And this brings us to a question. What is it really like being John Arbuckle? On the 13th of February 2008, a Garfield fan comic was uploaded to Tumblr, and it looked just like a regular Garfield comic, but with one critical difference. The first panel depicted John sitting alone.
Garfield
with the dialogue,
minus Garfield.
I've done things in my life that I regret. The second panel shows nothing. Just John.
History of
his remorseful
speedrunning. I
silence
don't think I've seen that, no.
The final panel of the comic punctuated by nothing. Just a slight shift.
Yeah, what video should I watch? You know what? Let's do that first. I was gonna watch, since I've seen this one like 3 times, I'm going to, I watched it just last night, but it would be fun to stream it. The myhouse.wad video.
Welcome to something.
Wait, what? Not fucking Jack fucking Sap the fucking Kai fucking... But yeah, if anybody remembers me streaming this, it's only like last month. Like this video covers like everything on the game, and it's really freaking good. It just shows how much I freaking missed on my playthrough.
On March 3rd, Doomworld user Veg posted on the forums he had finished a tribute map that he had made for Doom 2 called myhouse.wad.
Last August, I lost a good childhood friend of mine, and took it pretty hard. When I was visiting my hometown for his funeral, I connected with his parents, who shared with me some of his old belongings. Among them was a copy of an old map of his, backed up on a 3.5-inch floppy from high school. Thomas and I were into amateur Doom mapping in the early 2000s, but I had never seen this map of his prior to uncovering it on one of the floppy disks. As a way of paying tribute to him and all the great memories we had together, I took the plunge and installed Doom Builder in order to polish up his map and add a few modern amenities just for convenience sake.
Described with a 10-minute runtime, myhouse.wad, WAD being the file format for Doom maps and mods, was ready to download for anyone to play for themselves.
Making maps of your house was all the rage back in the day, but I feel like this is a pretty adorable and detailed tribute to my friend, and a great way to share something of him with a community we loved. Miss you, Tom.
Hey, let me know if the audio's too quiet for the YouTube video.
If you're at all into Doom and its extensive modding scene, then I highly recommend playing this map for yourself, completely blind. I'll put a link to the Doom World post in the description. It requires GZ Doom, an enhanced open source port of Doom, to run. Simply click on the link, ignore everything else in the Google Drive but the files folder, and download myhouse.pk3. Not .wad. See, if you hit that download link in the first week of this post appearing, you would immediately get the PK3 file instead of the WAD that was stated in the title of the post. This whole drive of files also appeared later. PK3 is another format used by Doom modders that functions like a WAD, but it's essentially a zip folder, offering the benefits of a more organized file structure and also better compression. Curious then that this PK3 file is 66 megabytes. For reference, this is larger than Doom 1 and 2's original file size combined 4 times over. This was all the knowledge I had as I downloaded the file and fired it up for myself. I'll be taking you through this map through several numbered expeditions, each one chronicling what I saw as I attempted to journey through this innocent map. That's cute. So I started this journey, picking ultraviolence difficulty because, frankly, I have an ego. The first thing I noticed was a discomfortingly long load time.
It's still insane to think that this entire thing is one map. It's insane. Literally, like, no one has done something like this before in Doom. And they just upload, it's just shoved into the Doom forums.
Normal.
Like, here's a little tribute map to my friend.
Classic Doom 2 opening song, Running from Evil, playing in the background.
How this was...
National anthem of Doom wads everywhere. The house is rendered adorably. Big wooden walls and windows dotted around, featuring a spacious yard, a front porch area, and a large garage which leads into the house itself. The house is populated by demons, but this is Doom. We can handle that. The main hallway leads to a living room with a TV and a tiny PlayStation 1 bringing the Doom Cute. Doom Cute being a community term for real-life objects and spaces recreated in the Doom engine. You'll see more in the attached kitchen with all its amenities, and to the side are various rooms. 2 bedrooms, one containing an extra storage closet, and another with an ensuite bathroom where you'll find the yellow keycard. Talk about a monster closet. Also upstairs is a regular bathroom and a washing or utility room, complete with a red key door.
Made a
Find the
detailed
key,
house
then.
question mark?
Moving downstairs
sir,
takes us
if
to
you
more
don't know
demons
anything,
inside
you're
a
in for a
games
treat.
room. But to interrupt this tour for a second, you may have noticed we did something here. This room is underneath the room upstairs. If you don't know what I mean, that might sound like nothing, but that's an impossible thing in Doom. Doom's engine takes two-dimensional map data and makes a 3D space around it. I'm more or less simplifying here, but that means you can't have a room on top of another room in the engine. A separate story, whether upstairs or downstairs, is always in a separate space to the original floor, splintering off to another part of the building. Now, I did say this was GZ Doom, but GZ Doom alone does not remove this limitation. It updates the technology to benefit from newer hardware and provides enhancements suited for more modern gaming sensibilities, but it more or less still has to obey the laws of Doom's reality. GZ Doom does open the possibility to some tricks to make this feat appear possible, ones not uncommon in Doom modding and games similar to Doom, but we should probably move on already. It seems strange to talk about such a detail at such length, but if you're familiar with Doom, it's just something you might notice that'll make you pause for a moment. The innocuous map recreating a house suddenly shows serious skill with its tools, yet it does it so casually as you may not even notice. Carrying on downstairs, we have more demons, holding the fort in a closet, a boiler room, which leads to the garage,
this? Oh my god. Well, frickin' buckle in, man.
an office with some attached storage, another bedroom, complete with another closet, and lastly, another bathroom, locked with a yellow door for which we already have the key. I like the detail of putting the guy inside the shower. You get the red key card here, and even some health in a cupboard if you need it. Equipment is actually pretty scarce on this map, and playing on ultraviolence offers some challenge, hence why you can see me saving ammo by punching pinkies. You might rush upstairs to the red door now, or you might look outside and notice something. There's a soul sphere, instant 100 health boost, just sitting on that thing out there. I didn't see that earlier. Did it spawn in while I was in here? You go back upstairs, grab the blue key card from the utility room door, which seemingly should be for the front gate, which leads to the level exit. But while I could leave, I should probably grab that soul sphere first. It should be right over here. It was definitely on top of this bin or vent thing here when I looked from that window over there. Wait, why can I see monsters inside? All around inside. What's going on? Wait, that's not right. The music just reset. That wasn't me, that was the game. The level seems the same, now repopulated, but is it really? I don't think that it is. The keys I'm picking up are now skull keys, and now there are chain gunners in the level. There weren't any here before. Does net me their gun though, so that's nice. I progressed through the level, noticing differences such as seemingly functional mirrors and different item placements. You might think to just leave already, finish the level, but no. You now need the blue skull key to exit. But then the cupboard to get the blue key is now a stairway to an attic. I didn't even know there was an attic to this house. But that's fine. With the blue key acquired, there's nothing else to stop me from exiting. The doors are gone. I'm not locked inside, I am trapped inside. This closet too has appeared, I think. It seemingly goes nowhere. I can't help but notice also the classic Doom 2 Running from Evil song. Does it sound wrong somehow? Okay, maybe if I look around there's some other way outside? What? This can't exist. Not just in Doom's reality, but reality's reality. The corridor takes me to some new room, never seen before, featuring a fireplace and strange different decor, and a can of Pepsi that I pick up. I want pop, but no way out, so I leave. The doors still aren't there. I turn back and... this space, some negative version of the house. The only object of note is a milkshake. Yeah, still nothing to help me though. I come back to the house and the first door is now gone, but also when I go to the front door, or where it used to be, I hear a noise now. Was this always behind here? I push the bookcase aside and find an odd room hidden away back here. Are those cat litter trays? Anyway, I guess I'll press the breaker. Monsters. But not the monsters that we know. Flood the dark, smoky house. All corners, all transformed and looking like nothing that what you've seen. Clearing downstairs of all terrors. You might try to go upstairs where all the people are screaming. The house is a wreck. More creatures haunt the upstairs, but it's clear that this fire has been and gone. Amidst fighting underneath an angry sky, small objects litter the upstairs that you collect. A diary of some kind, a burned out picture frame, and an old teddy bear. We're still not free, though. We can't even go back to the attic. But how was there an attic, anyway? How can we escape? There are no doors? I try every wall, hoping that they give way and fall down to let you out. Press the map button, and realize there is no map. We are nowhere. We can also spy the map details in the corner. That's a lot of monsters. And just one secret. None of this counts as a secret then. You might venture back downstairs. Things look different. Everything is concrete now. In fact, outside looks grey. Monochrome for some reason. You go into the boiler room perhaps. Wasn't there a door here that led to the garage? It's at this point in my journey, I begin to feel somewhat weak. It's not just the layers and layers of concrete, the rooms on rooms that surround all sides, but as I explore around, I can't help but notice that the layout of these stone halls resemble the layout of the house. Sometimes bigger, sometimes smaller. Except in here, there's at least no... There's a good dog in here too, who doesn't attack you. He does bark excitedly when he comes up to you, but he just sits down beside you. Because he's a good dog. He didn't startle me the first time he did this. He didn't. He's a good dog. This isn't how I found out that the bad dog dies if the good dog dies. I didn't find out at all that struggling through and killing the bad dog will kill the good dog as well either. None of these things happened. None of these things had to happen. The area is a maze of one-way doors and illogical geometry. I find a plasma gun at one point, which is appreciated, though I'm still almost at a loss navigating this place. I feel curiosity overtake me, and I throw myself into the abyss between buildings and hit the bottom. Dead silence passes as I explore the staircase. A locked door in a recessed passageway. A mirror to the same staircase. And then sky. I can even walk on it. There are walls here, but I can walk on it. Nowhere to go, though. So I try another door. We return, but there's still nowhere to go here. The only thing we can do is go back downstairs and enter the concrete jungle again. I spend a long time here, working out precarious ledges and head-hurting concepts of physical space. Eventually, after passing through hallways that don't make sense and falling so many times down into holes, I find something new. I guess there's nowhere to go but up. I don't even know what I can say anymore. Check the gate information, and I would like to go home. Yes. It says cancelled, sorta, but the gate's right here, so let's just get on board. So what do I... Oh no. Oh no. I fight through the plane, reaching the end and... Okay, I guess. This isn't the same as before. The house is now seemingly abandoned, and plants have started to take over the structure. The whole place is empty wherever you look. It's sad. After all this, I feel this strange hollowness underneath me, even amidst all that's happened here. The doors are back, and I'm almost hesitant to step through. But I guess we've earned this. I finally exit the level. Don't worry about that low kill percentage. If we move on, we come into Underhalls, Doom 2's second mission. This isn't part of the mod, it's just level 2. Same as it ever was. They did say it was just the one map. What a fun little come down it is to play this after all that. And you should play it. You should play through all of Underhalls. Get that super shotgun and have yourself a time. Play it through to the end. Because when you're done with that level, expecting to go through to map 3, the Gauntlet, or Gantlet, congratulations on beating ending 1. You haven't even seen half of what's here. We need some preparation before going forward into the next section, and it's probably best we start with looking at that Google Drive. All the files are credited to one Steve Nelson, and there are a lot of extra things inside here for you to look at, including a journal text document, prominently displayed for anyone to read. This document expands the thoughts of the author from that initial Doomworld post, talking about how sad they were that their friend passed away, and talks about him inheriting his friend's map after the funeral from his parents. But glaringly, on this page is something else. A single word highlighted in blue. House. I've seen this before. House of Leaves is a book by Mark Z. Danielewski, released in the year 2000. The book has no small amount of reputation for its winding rabbit hole narrative and bizarre involved structure. And this map, this Doom mod, takes clear inspiration from House of Leaves. Never thought I'd ever say a sentence like that. I should point out I am not an expert with this book. It's been deconstructed, analysed, and theory crafted about for decades, and I only finished reading it this year. In fact, 2 days before this map was posted. Is this coincidence or providence? Some of you familiar with the book may have noticed connections already, most prominently with the sign at the end being a very cheeky and overt nod to the story, Navidson Realty. Navidson is the name of the family in the book's main story, the Navidson Record, which chronicles the journey photojournalist Will Navidson and his family takes when they begin to notice the space inside their house is shifting. First by being 1/4 of an inch bigger on the inside than it is the out, but then forming new doors and rooms inside the structure, including a jet black corridor that impossibly stretches forth for miles into space that doesn't exist. I hope those not familiar can see the connection here. If you're thinking about liminal spaces being an inspiration too, yeah, keep that in mind. We'll talk about that later. It's worth noting too that the Navidson Record is actually a story within the story of House of Leaves. The Navidson Record is originally written by an eccentric old recluse named Zampano, who passes away, and the story is discovered by a man named Johnny Truand. Johnny reconstructs the writing, but slowly, bit by bit, he begins to become undone, feeling his grip on reality slip. This journal takes most inspiration from those sections of the book, though with thankfully less hallucinatory sexual experiences. Don't ask. But there's one other quirk of the book's formatting. Each utterance of the word house is highlighted in blue. It isn't really talked about in the book, or really ever explained, but it creates an uncanny emphasis on even the most innocuous of sentences, something that is emulated here in the Google Drive document, which we should probably return to. This is a video about a Doom mod after all, not a book review. The book will return. I hope you're ready for that. The journal doesn't get as crazy as House of Leaves in content or structure, but what's written here does tie into my house. To briefly summarise, Steve works for months on this map, from August 2022 until March 2023, when it's launched. There's even a note about the wrong file being uploaded, seemingly against his will. He begins an obsession with making this map that begins to sap at his energy and his sanity. He forgets making sections, loses sleep, spends more and more time in his days and nights map building. He also describes in detail some vivid dreams that he has, and the first in this struck-through paragraph might seem familiar.
I had the strangest dream last night about my childhood friend who recently passed away. We were playing Legos in his basement like we used to do as kids, and when I turned around, he was gone. The house was empty and silent. Everything was so quiet and still. I started to smell smoke and hear screams from upstairs. I ran upstairs, and when I got there, the house was just a burned frame. Smoke was getting thicker and thicker, and I could barely see or breathe. I searched for my friend, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I couldn't see anything. I started to panic and then found myself outside in the fog. I was alone, but I could hear low growls in the distance.
We could spend ages analysing the words in here, but there's much more to be done. So I'll be referring to elements from the journal and other features from the Google Drive as and when they are relevant. There is one last thing to look at here, though. A newspaper clipping from the Photos folder of an obituary for Tom. It gives us a small look into his life and who he was before he died in his home at age 35. He seemingly lived well, reconnected with his high school crush, and spoiled his pet cat. I don't know. I just thought this should be mentioned before we enter. Expedition 2 actually consists of an amalgamation of multiple trips, jumping back and forth through many save files with one major aim connecting all of them. Explore and experiment as much as I can without looking anything up whatsoever. Everything we find, we work out for ourselves. Including this, first of all. Didn't realize that was there the first time. If you try to get it after the first house, there's only a strange silhouette of where it should be, which is how I became aware of it. This would have helped slightly in the earlier areas where ammo is scarce, though now it's perhaps less necessary because of the run through underhalls. Yes, this is still the start of my house, even after running through underhalls, getting all the health, armor, and ammunition that you can bring back. But most important is the super shotgun. This feels like intended progression, like you're meant to do at least one loop of underhalls and back to here before finding all the game's tricks. The extra firepower is needed. You can actually go to underhalls straight away, skipping the second house entirely by just leaving with the blue keycard. Certainly an efficient way forward. There isn't anything new about the first trip around the house, though I will ask how many of you noticed that there weren't any windows for the downstairs area when looking on the outside of the house, but then they appear when you're on the inside, here and ready to taunt you with that soul sphere you can't get. Then of course they're back to mess with you some more when you try to go get it, and walk all the way around to enter the second house, where the business all begins. Let me ask you something else. Did you notice anything change with you the first time around? Not the house, with you. Let me replay you the second house in Expedition 1. Would it help if I give you a comparison between the first house? The weapons have changed. They're still the same, but they've changed from original Doom's weapons to higher fidelity versions from Smooth Doom, adding more animation frames than one originally had in 1994. This happens once you enter the second house, and once the change happens, it sticks forever, hence why it was still smooth on this run after underhauls. It's a little thing that you might not have noticed your first time around, but it adds to the uncanniness. It's wrong. You feel it, but maybe you don't quite realize it. A recurring pattern in this mod. Anyway, clear the new house the same as normal, grab the blue key, and now the doors are gone. Enter the impossible hallway, grab the Pepsi, and then enter the other room to get the milkshake. Return to the house. This is now the central anchor point. Everything in this game will come up from here. We won't be triggering the house fire anytime soon. After all, the game tells you not to. I think this is hinted at by the house fire dream in the journal being crossed out, but there are more blatant suggestions. Using God mode or IDDQD, you'll trigger a message from the game. Ignore that first message for now. Turning it off specifically tells you there is no good outcome from a house fire. Going through that burned out house will lock you onto the ending that we received. However, enabling God mode gives a different message. My reflection winked at me. I covered the mirror in the attic just to be safe. Interesting. Sure enough, in the attic, that may or may not exist, is a covered mirror. We can't see ourselves, but we can see something else. A blue bauble of some kind? It's not here next to me, and I can't seem to get to it. I wonder what I'm meant to do.
I was in the bathroom, standing in front of the mirror, shaving. As I looked at my reflection, I noticed it winked at me. It was so strange and unexpected that I threw my razor at the mirror. I was so scared that I expected the mirror to shatter, but instead it stayed intact. I was even more surprised when I put my hand through the mirror and I could feel the glass. It kept going and I was able to climb all the way into the mirror.
I can wear
It was like a
sheets,
tunnel.
man.
When I looked back, I saw myself in the mirror, and this time, I winked back. I still can't believe it was just a dream.
There's many mirrors in this house to check. Oh, sorry. The game plays a Discord notification sound about 10 minutes into the map. I didn't want to call attention to it before, but yeah, just another way the map kinda messes with you. I don't have notification sounds turned on, so can't get me. After checking all the other mirrors, in this one
Yeah, chat, this is what I found first when I was messing around. Because, I mean, I saw an article about it, and it's like, it says, don't read anything, play it first. So I started playing it, and I beat the level. If you just wander around and get the keys, and then beat the level, that's it. You just beat the house, and that's it. Just the base house. And it's like, well, I'm like, whoa, what the hell? And so I started reading a little bit more into it, and it's like, okay, so a blue sphere will appear outside through a window, and that's what triggers the next crap. So I'm like, okay, I won't read anymore. I was messing around, and I got the blue sphere to appear outside, and I go outside, and the blue sphere isn't there. Then I go back to the house, and then the house is, like, a little weird and different. New Xbox instead of the PlayStation 1. It's an Xbox One. And then I'm like, okay, so this is like PT. And so I'm just messing around, and this is what I discovered first, right here. I'm like, I jumped up on the toilet, on the sink, and then I stepped through here.
I can climb up on the sink, and then...
This is what I first found out, and then I stopped playing. I'm like, I gotta stream this. I've gotta stream this. And so then I stopped playing, and then that night I streamed the rest of it.
Welcome to the new house. Or maybe the... swat? This whole place is mirrored, and it's populated by demons again, whose sounds are all reversed. A change so disconcerting that you might fail to notice that while everything is ostensibly the same as the, regular world, in this reality, the front doors have returned. You can just leave right now. However, doing so will take you to underhalls that... Wait.
This is crazy,
No,
by the way.
that's not...
It takes you to the second level of Doom 2, just vanilla Doom 2, but it's reversed too!
Even here? The whole level completely flipped and populated by mirrored monsters. Beating the mirrored underhalls takes you back to the house in the mirrored world, complete with a new song rendition too. But I'd say it's wise not to do this at all, as you lose all your weapons going into the mirrored underhalls. There's a few other reasons for progression's sake. We should do what we came here for, though. Head up to the attic, where we saw that bauble.
And see, I kept looking through that mirror in the other world, and then I was seeing this freaking item through the mirror, and I'm like, well, how do I get to that? And then you find out, it's because you gotta get to the mirror world to get that. It's freaking, oh my god.
Ah, Christmas makes me happy too. It's weird seeing through the looking glass and into the normal world. More normal, anyway. Hey, is that a baby's crib over there? I don't recall there being one in the real world. Can I take that bottle? Oh, that's... dark. Well, don't really know what else I'm doing, so can I go back? Yes, I can. Huh. This children's daycare is uncomfortable to be around. The fact the happy, cheery place is a little run down, and outside is dark and foggy. There's a car parked here too. Is there someone else here? I thought I saw someone in the fog at one point, but I look at my footage now and there's no one here. This is all starting to get to me, I think. Maybe most of all because I recognize the layout of this place as being the same as the house. The downstairs area.
I didn't even notice this crap.
There's a berserk pack on the shelf.
Like, all these other worlds are like a layout of the house. And this, I didn't know about this either. This is crazy.
Me, which I can't reach. But if you go into one of the closets and punch the cracked wall hidden behind the door, you can get it.
Think about it. You're in a daycare, and you get a berserk by punching a wall. Like, what is that trying to say?
This might seem like a fun puzzle, but I don't know. Something about how you do all this, happening here in a children's daycare, just plays on my nerves. You can find a baseball and a box of crayons, but that seems to be everything. There's no way to pick up this clown costume in the cupboard anyway. I walk back, but there doesn't appear to be a way out from where I came. There's nothing here. Okay, so I guess I'll turn around and go back.
Oh yeah, well look at this.
So I guess a way out from where I came. There's nothing here.
Notice that Shrek's no longer on the wall right here? You notice that? He's just not there now.
Okay, so I guess I'll turn around and go back.
Hold on a minute, I gotta do something.
Somebody got to be kidding me. He has so much health. Oh my god. He'll take a swing at you if he gets too close, so yeah, he deserves buckshot. He drops the key to the gate, and there doesn't appear to be anything else here, so he'll leave. Okay. You know, it's interesting. In the photos folder of the Google Drive, you can see pictures of what the real house looked like. Yeah, remember this was based off the friend's house? In this particular photo, you can see the kitchen in the living room. This one shows the games room and the secret doorway that was hidden behind the bookcase. We won't be going there again. There's also one that seemingly shows off the impossible hallway, which makes me feel uneasy. I move through the house experimenting, by which I mean hitting U's on anything that I think looks funny, and end up accidentally turning on the kitchen sink. So I begin filling up all the other sinks in the house without any clear idea why I'm doing this, until I come to the ensuite bathroom, where I realize I've been filling up this bathtub with every sink filled. Somehow. I guess I want the duck? After hunting all sinks down, including one inside the negative house, I fill the bathtub up enough to get the duck. That's all. I got the duck. Except, when I was showing my friends this map on a Discord stream, this happened when I went to get the duck.
I can't believe I found this out on my own. Well, just by, jumping in the tub.
I'm feeling unwell again. It's actually difficult to move around the flooded house. Your movement, usually so snappy and responsive in Doom, has turned difficult and sluggish as you fight against the water. Everywhere is flooded. Upstairs, downstairs, all rooms. but it doesn't look like there's anything.
No, I didn't notice that
in
Shrek was
here.
missing when I was streaming. Seriously, I found about... Oh, whoops. I found, like... I only did one playthrough, right? I only found, like, 15% of what this map is. Maybe, if that. Somebody...
You might be familiar with the kind of liminal spaces this game has been drawing from. This place in particular being reminiscent of Jared Pike's swimming pool pieces. There have been others around too. I don't want to point out all inspirations as not to bog down these explorations in extraneous information. If you're not familiar, Super Eyepatch Wolf did a great video on liminal spaces, which is a great place to learn more. He talks about House of Leaves in it too. Check it out.
Oh, yeah, I should watch that video again.
Bath
That was a good
house,
one.
you might be forgiven for thinking you're meant to jump off the side or down this hole. Doing so has us fall into the sky room at the end of the staircase we saw earlier. But this isn't where we want to be. What we want is inside the bathhouse, which, by the way, resembles the house in its layout once again. Off to the side is a locker room that has a corridor that will take you to an impossible maze of endless showers, bathrooms, stalls, rooms upon rooms forever in nonsensical motions of 3D space. But there is a way forward to what we need. It actually involves double backing on yourself at one point in the maze to reach somewhere new. There is another way if you approach the starting locker room from a certain angle and direction, but
Hell yeah,
we found that out later. We come out to a great swimming pool.
Rito?
I don't think I want to go in there yet. Obviously the fish attacks you if you go in, and we want to go in because there's another item there. So you might think to be clever and just shoot the fish bloody from the surface. Not a bad plan.
Would you activate,
Grab an
bitch?
item, which is a D20 by the way. You can kill these, but it will take a lot of ammo to do so. And I recommend saving it. So take the dice, but don't leave the pool, because one of the tiles is actually a passage down into
hell?
another
Another hole
maze.
in
You
the
have to be
depths?
quick to solve this because you will eventually drown. There's a grate you can go up to for air, but there's also a second one, which is a trick and meant to kill you. And, sorry, can we take a step back and see that we have swimming and oxygen mechanics in Doom? In Doom! This is absolutely crazy, but only half as crazy as this.
Yeah, I never found this.
I guess we found
Also,
the garage.
wait, Chad, did I...
Only half either we eventually, but don't
How the
leave
hell would
pool.
you find this freaking... How? How would you find this hole? How? Like, it's so... It blends right in with everything else. Like,
Because one of the tiles is actually a passage down into another maze. And it's crazy.
it seems... Did I find... I didn't find that, right? Because I didn't... Or did I find this part? I don't even remember. It's only been like a month. I can't remember.
I guess we found.
Actually, did I find... I think someone might have told me when I was streaming it. I think.
And the garage. These monsters are pinging you from across the map, and the huge distance makes me now see that their projectiles have some annoying homing to them. I want to cross this bridge, but if you fall off, you go back to the sky room, and we don't want to go back to the sky room. But once you're halfway across, you want to make it across though, because once you manage to clear it,
I've watched so many people play through this, I can't even
Welcome
remember
back.
what I've done.
This is actually pretty important. We managed to get to the maze again without starting the house fire. That's good. That feels like progress. There's several items in here to collect as well, as you try sneaking around the bad dog. The first being a pumpkin. Pumpkin? Rick? No. And after
Oh my
doing
God, it's a
some
stone
interesting
one?
maneuvering,
It's a
we can drop
stone
down and uncover a new door to find a doghouse and a frisbee. There's one last item in here to get, which involves strafe running off the side to reach the top of this railing roof thing. This unavoidably alerts the Cerberus, but at least you can get this tuna. Kitties love tuna. Tom always spoiled his kitten rotten. You know, there's a sketchbook amidst that Google Drive where you can see some
10 up
sketches
plus
that the
10.
journal called disturbing. There's only 3 of them in here. One being the house, which, yes, I do find disturbing now. The other being of the bad dog. Does he have more heads than usual? The final drawing, though, is just of a blue key, which I don't want to say is scary, but I can't help but keep staring at it. Longer and longer, like I'm beginning to see some kind of hidden meaning behind the drawing. That's not the house, is it?
Wait, is it
Anyway.
really? That's absolutely insane if that's the house, man.
That's not the house.
How the... Dude, some dude randomly shows up in the Doom forums and just posts this shit. And this guy had an account since 2004 on the forums. He's been a member of the Doom forums since 2004. Just shows up on the forums. Hey, here's a tribute map to my friends, my dead friends. He made it. He was making this map. I finished it. Here you go. Have fun. And he's not going around the internet posting it everywhere. Just this one post on the Doom forums. And it's this fucking complex and thought out and extravagant. And chat, it took like a few days before people realized, because if you just play that little house, get the keys, go to the end, beat the level, that's it. It took a while before people started to realize something was up. Like, people didn't even know for a while, because like it's kind of hard to
it?
trigger.
Anyway, we move through this as normal and come out to the airport.
Like,
There's not a whole...
think about if you made this. First of all, again, he's using techniques that no one has used in a Doom map before. Like, he's using this tech that's like supposedly the Doom engine isn't even able to do. He's like bypassing the limitations of this engine that no one has been able to do, just casually. That alone's like, what the frick? And can you imagine doing all this? It must have took this dude a long time to put this together. And then just posting it and sitting without, like, can you imagine? Like, just like, because I would be like, so like, impatient and like trying to push people to it, but he just sat and let people figure it out. Like, there was a chance people wouldn't have even found out.
whole lot to see here. You can set off the metal detector and move through all of this to get a little health bonus. Another car out the front as well. There's also a shop where using one of the t-shirts will give you 200% armor, which is very nice. Nothing really in the upstairs or with this baggage conveyor. Too big to fit inside. 2 bathrooms, and the men's seems fine. Cleanest gents I've ever seen in my life, frankly. There's a pill bottle outside the ladies' room, though. Refill
I'm glad
needed?
that I frickin' stumbled upon this on my own.
Okay, well,
this was something
I guess that
else.
was one of the items we needed. Is there anything else here?
Here's something I never knew. I mean, obviously, how would you know? not supposed to, but this is made in a way that you're supposed to die here. Like, he kind of the dev wanted you to die at this part. And if you stay dead for like a minute, you get transported to another frickin' world. He'll cover it, but if you stay dead, you'll literally like wake up in a hospital, and it's like insane.
I said we needed the firepower. Now we get a full bottle of pills. Feeling fine. And if we go back to the bathroom, it's feeling fine too. Oh, by the way, this airport, it's the house again. Of course, it's the house again. Ah, my head hurts. The airplane is the same though. There's nothing else on here. Not even in its bathrooms. So, we're jumping off. The house is different again.
I just hit that
Rather
bomb.
than
That's
burned
gonna
out and
detonate
abandoned,
everything.
it now seems like whoever lived here has moved out. It's empty. Still a little sad, but it's not dilapidated anymore. Which, again, feels like progress. However, once we step out, the end plays out the same as before. Navidson Realty and straight onto Underhalls, asking us to go around and try again. This is a compilation of everything I was able to discover on my own. But we're going back in, and this time, we're taking some help.
Traveler's Grave.
There's only so much I feel I can do by just wandering around by myself. So for the next expedition, I went and got some online help. I didn't want to just follow a walkthrough on what to do here, as it felt against the spirit of exploring this map. So I avoided the Doom wiki page for my house, which has just that, and instead I went back to that original post on Doomworld. I followed the whole thread of discovery that all the users on Doomworld undertook together when they were finding out about this map for themselves, when the reality of this innocent-sounding level finally hit. I chronologically followed tips they left to one another, as well as just direct guidance on what to do with the game's more esoteric sequences. Really, I just want to spend a moment thanking the original pioneers inside that thread who went in and spent hours exploring all facets inside this map, testing, experimenting, and finding all kinds of secrets and sharing them with everyone. Also, the map was released on March 3rd, but it wasn't until March 7th on the forums that people really started exploring this map.
Yeah, see, look.
Them with everyone. Also, the map was released on March 3rd, but it wasn't until March 7th on the forums that people really started exploring this map.
Can you handle that?
You could maybe forgive someone for thinking that Expedition
It took like 4 days. This dude posted that little map on the map for our forums and had to wait 4 days for people to start figuring it out.
1 was the whole level. Thank you to those users who kept the fire burning and didn't let this get buried and forgotten. And a special thank you to the one person...
Yeah, see, look.
And
I beat it in 2 minutes, really quick. Because that's what the map was. If you just don't explore it, like, if you don't figure it out, you're just going to beat it in 2 minutes, which is what I did. And I'm like, well, this is dumb. Why did people say go into this without reading into it?
didn't let this get buried and forgotten. And a special thank you to the one person who helped me find out I had my tone map settings wrong in GZ Doom. They really helped out. If not for them, we wouldn't get to see the best thing in this section. This expedition is not the last, but it is where we learn our purpose. Our objective in this map is indeed to be collecting these items, but not the items in the burned out house. They don't count. They don't get added to the picture. This picture tracks what items we have gotten, for a total of 8 in all. You can see it at the end of the last expedition, and how close I was. But how close was I really? Because in the mirror world is a separate picture, with a different set of items, for a grand total of 16 items to collect across the entire map. Annoyingly, I was only missing 2 that prevented me from progressing in all my attempts. One being a wedding ring that you can find in the floating garage section, where you step onto the one black tile that spawns those weird Kako demon things, and then make a run of faith over to this floating platform to get a wedding ring. Then you have to run back and into the maze without falling off, and it's probably where I ended up reloading the most out of anywhere in this level. The other item I missed was a wine bottle in the Mirror World kitchen. That's it. I just never saw it there. Okay then. With all the items and a clear path to progress through, we have everything we need to finish this map. But we're not going to do that until the final expedition, because there's still quite a few hidden places left to see. For one, I can't believe I never thought to use NoClip until I saw that Doomworld thread. That's an ominous and yet familiar message. Still, who cares? Look, I escaped the house. I did it early. I can go anywhere. I can even go straight to the exit. Yeah, if you try to go out of bounds anywhere on this map, you end up in the back rooms. Literally. And it is the most head-hurting maze in the whole game. Which I guess you might expect. Worse is that while you're trying to work out how to orient yourself, you'll discover you're not alone. There is a few other things here amidst the beige walls. You might find a computer or a poster hanging on a wall. But really, you want the exit. An exit I could only find with specific instructions from the Doomworld thread. Because, good God, navigating this place is a nightmare. Endless corridors that repeat on themselves forever. Especially disheartening when you're being followed by an indestructible monster. Through the exit, you get taken back to the endless stairway from the recessed locked door. And it's back to the house for you. Bizarrely, there is also a backrooms to the mirrored underhalls. Not to the regular one, just the mirrored one. It might be the same, but it might be different. I couldn't seem to find the exit to this one. Regardless, the backrooms is meant to be a diversion anyway. There's nothing here for you. It's just a means to punish those looking to break the game. But it does give me the opportunity to show you something else. What if we were to die? And what if, for some reason, I did not hit reload immediately? What would happen then?
Yeah, like, stumbling upon this must have been something. Can you imagine, like, accidentally stumbling upon this? I mean, any of this, honestly. Me freaking discovering the Mirror World was like... Like, I was like, I can't do this. I have to share this and stream it. Like, it was like...
This is the house again. This isn't.
God damn, these guys got HP. Why were you able to do it immediately? Oh yeah, by the way, look at this. How creepy is that, by the way? It's a frickin' flat line, right? Indicating the heart's dead, but there's someone sitting up in the chair behind this. Now that's just... that is perfect horror right there, dude. It's like, oh, they're dead, and they're sitting up in their frickin' chair looking at you. God, that is such good frickin' horror. And you can't, like, reveal it or anything. That's just the best when it's just, like, that subtle. And not some, like, boom moment.
You can do this a single time to revive where you stand. I don't know if this serves some kind of purpose. The pill bottle being there makes me wonder, but I have no clue myself. There are some smaller secrets too, but to see them we're going to have to go back to the Brutalist maze. Fortunately, there is this. You can only take this once. It won't open a second time, but it's very useful for our run. Speaking of running, the outside walls are closer on some sides of the maze compared to others. So what would happen if I were to run off here? Interesting. But there's another room in the bigger version of the house we can run to as well. A megasphere for max health and armor. That's cool, right? Nifty little secret. You have to fall down the endless staircase from here, though, which is where the tricky business of using entrances to this maze needs to be considered.
I saw a giant pit earlier. Where was that? I was gonna drop down it because that doesn't make sense that there's a giant pit in the depths. Where was that?
Remember, you can only use the secret entrance and the floating garage entrance once.
I'm never gonna find that again.
Be careful about what you're doing now. Nothing good can
I need to
come
like
from
look
a
at my
house
stream
fire.
because I have to
These
figure out
aren't the
where hell
only
that was.
rooms you can go into here. There's this much more difficult jump you can take. It'll take you a few tries, but
I love this, by the way. This is friggin' fantastic. Literally pulls the plug on the game. Oh my god, I randomly clicked right to the spot. Where is this on the map,
this
Austin?
by itself is weird.
Look at the map. Come on,
What's
Austin, look at the
weirder
map.
is
Look at the
going
map.
back around to the house and finding all the TVs are now switched on. Even in the mirror world. Even in the hospital. I have no idea if this means or does something, but it makes me feel very small for some reason. Okay, I've saved the best thing till last.
Look at the map!
I hope you're ready.
You've been looking at the map so much! Look at it! Oh my god, I'm going on a tangent now. Blah 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 blah. Look at the fucking map, please.
The book has returned. Silence overwhelms you
No wonder
as
I
you step
forgot.
into the
I was, like,
impossible space
ranting
of
for, like, an
concrete
hour.
and darkness.
Oh, I looked at the map.
After the near constant noise and drones of exploring this house, this utter vacuum
Look
fills
at the
my
map.
stomach with dread. It's time for one last maze. A very dark maze. I've done what I can for it in post to make sure it's visible on the screens I've tested, but if you still can't see, because you're watching on your phone in bed with auto brightness, or if there's sunlight shining on your display, I'm sorry. Maybe just skip to the next chapter. I now present to you, with no commentary and only occasional editing for time, the Navidson Hallway.
I skipped through this because this is like kind of boring. Like it's crazy. By the way, I triggered this on my playthrough, but I said I'll come back to this later. Did not realize
I'm sorry.
that it's this random ass a moment for this.
The near constant
Because look at this. He, like,
noise and phones of exploring this house.
That hallway will randomly appear on the door open, and I had it on my playthrough. I had it. I saw the hallway, and I'm like, I'll come back here later. And I went somewhere else, and I never got back to this.
What a vacuum fills my.
I wish so much I had went in this, because this is like, and just keep in mind again, everything you're seeing is one single map. How the shit did this dude do this?
Stomach with dread. It's time for one last maze. A very dark maze. I've done what I can for it in post to make sure it's visible on the screen's brightness. Skip to the occasional editing for time. The Novitzen hallway.
I'm gonna be honest, one of the reasons I skipped through this, like, because it was the way he set it up was like so tense that I was like too on edge. I'm like, I can't watch this. This is freaking, I can't. This is freaking me out, man. Like, I turned my volume like way down because I'm like, there's a jump scare coming. There's gotta be. How is there depths to the depths? Oh, you guys can't. Yeah, you can't even see anything on the stream. It's essentially just a gigantic complex of nothing. Just endless nothing. And you can't really, I mean, like he said, he did his best to brighten it, but it is just like giant gaping hallways and like just empty nothingness. And it's like, what the fuck was this? What was this? What was the point of this? It's just a gigantic, and I'm not talking like little corridors or something, but he comes across this just giant chasm of nothing. Just this big ass freaking emptiness of nothing, and stairways that go down and down and down and down, and it's like, what the fuck? Why was this put in? I could not imagine doing that. Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing that on a first playthrough, because from everything you've witnessed and everything, like, and it's just dead silent, no audio at all, just dead silent. Oh, this fucking headache's gonna kill me. Wait, are you telling me this is the bottom and that's it?
Yes. Yes.
Speaking of emptiness, nothing. What the fuck? What was this?
We did it?
Alright.
To my knowledge, there's nothing to find in there. It's just a horribly tense diversion to take here in this house. This part of the game drives my nerves on end. Even though you could argue nothing happened to me, it manages to inspire anxiety using only its strange architecture and occasional little prodding insinuations that I'm not alone in this house. I can only hope that I was able to convey that through this chapter. It borrows liberally from House of Leaves, most of the time, but to do this, to execute this labyrinth here in Doom, is nothing short of genius, I think. Now, I wish to point out that even after all we've done, all we've seen here, we still haven't managed to discover that final secret on the map screen. So then, without any further delay, it's time to finish my house. We're going to go through everything in order, one at a time, with a few extra hidden tricks that'll help me get through this nightmare. I'm also going to be slowing down a bit, referring to the journal as we go, as I think there is something of a narrative that can be constructed from this mod that we've only been brushing past so far, as vague and fragmentary as it may be. This house may be bigger on the inside, but it feels far from empty. So, starting from when the doors disappear, we get the Pepsi and then the milkshake. There's nothing relevant about them in any of the materials, not even a Pepsi in shot of these pictures, but I noticed the deco in the Pepsi room is older, like 80s or 70s. The Pepsi can itself is an older version too, so I wonder if this is a recreation of a childhood memory. I want pop. Like what you'd maybe say if your mother asked you what you wanted to drink. The milkshake room might also be a memory, rather than a horrible negative dimension. We can see in the pictures folder that the room did appear to get some renovations. So maybe an intense color palette is simply what it had before. Or maybe it's depicted in monochrome because something happened that necessitated the renovations that make this an unpleasant memory. The kid needs a milkshake is probably not said by a child, and it reads as a cold way that two parents might talk about their kid. The context for all of this is just my own speculation, but let's keep going and see where things end up. Uncover the mirror in the attic to be able to access the mirror world, from the bathroom whose dream we've already covered. I kill everything in the mirror world. I don't think I have to, but I decide to just in case. In the mirror world, grab the wine bottle. Drunk buddy. Yeah, Tom and Steve did appear to be in that photo. Also grab the bauble, which is referenced in this half-asleep babbling entry of the journal, but I'd say more important is the baby bottle from the crib.
Baby
I lay in
bottle
bed,
pop,
too afraid to move, when I heard a faint ghostly cry coming from the attic. I had heard this sound before, but this time it was louder and more insistent. I got out of bed and slowly crept up the stairs to the attic, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. As I entered the attic, I noticed a trail of children's toys leading out the window. I followed the trail, feeling a strange compulsion to do so. The trail led me to an abandoned daycare center near the edge of town. I stayed back, afraid to enter, but I couldn't help but feel drawn to the place. I knew something was waiting for me inside. Something dark and dangerous. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The place was dark and silent, but as I walked around I noticed the walls were covered in eerie drawings of children and babies. Then I heard the sound of a baby crying again, coming from the back of the room. I followed the sound, and when I reached the back of the room, I saw a crib with a stillborn baby inside. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized what was haunting me. The stillborn baby was the one in the attic. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding in my ears. I knew I had to leave this place, and I quickly ran out the door, never looking back.
Get the baseball and the crayons. I don't know if there's any deeper mystery to them, and their associated text feels like nonsense. Adult coloring books and autographed by J.J. Hardy. J.J. Hardy is a real player, but it doesn't help us date or place this daycare, as he's been playing for about 20 years, and has been part of 3 different teams across the USA. I mean, he was drafted in 2001, and that's also the year Shrek came out, but that's too YouTube Theory channel for me. You might also have to deal with the blackboard that says 1984 on it. Either someone has their dates wrong, or this daycare has high expectations for these kids' reading ability. Pick up Snugs and blast away Shrek. No, I don't have any plot reason for why Shrek is here. Go back to the house, and it's time to turn on the sinks for the water house.
I was dreaming about taking a nice hot bath. I felt myself sinking deeper and deeper into the warm water until I couldn't breathe. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. I was drowning in my own bathtub. Suddenly I felt a jolt, as if I had been pulled out of the water. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a subterranean cave, illuminated by a faint, eerie blue light. I could feel a chill in the air, and I could hear the echoing of demons in the distance. I tried to scream, but my voice was muffled by the darkness of the cave. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized I was being hunted by something unseen. I heard the scraping of claws on the rocks, and felt the ground shaking beneath me.
What do you want from me?
I guess the bathhouse is meant to be the cave? I don't know. Solve the maze to get to the swimming pool.
I get.
But not before taking this
That
hidden
took
backpack
every
from this
heart
one specific locker
a
in the hallway
quarter.
before. We
my
will need
good
the extra ammo capacity. Go boom fishing and get the D20. I don't know what significance this has, beyond Tom, Steve, or maybe both, maybe once played D&D. And judging by the text, it got pretty juvenile. And we make our way through to the floating garage, making numerous attempts to get the ring and leave through the exit. I could just take the secret entrance back to the maze, but I don't want to. On my winning attempt, I actually skipped over the line that spawns the enemies somehow. I reactivated it before leaving, out of pity. The wedding ring, though. There's no dream about a floating garage, nor about a specific wedding, but there is this Valentine's
Oh, I need to
Day
write the
entry.
blocks up.
Happy Valentine's Day to the only person I ever loved. For a short time, you brought a little happiness to this painful existence called life. I hope we can be together again one day. In the meantime, I'll keep looking for that other someone who can be the ray of light in my life that you turned out to be.
Boy, Steve's had it rough through the years. Into the Brutalist maze now, where I have very little to add, honestly. I wonder if the bad dog appearing in the bigger version of the maze maybe represents a fear of dogs when Tom was a small child. Is that why he went to having a cat instead? Hard to say, but that's the best I've got for you. I've nothing more to add to the frisbee, the cat food, and that stupid pumpkin. By the way, the room where you get the plasma rifle only opens if you picked up the blue key in the first house. Something someone may have missed if they wanted that soul sphere. I also included this earlier, but if you look around, you might find this guy.
Whoa.
You can't attack him. I don't know what his deal is, but the room he's around sort of reminds me of the back rooms, right? Is that the skin stealer? I unplugged the TV room again, hoping this would trigger something new and not seen before, but alas it did not. Dropping down into the abyss and through the staircase into the house again, we can actually see we have all the items in the normal world now, which does unlock where to go next. But we're still missing 2 from the Mirror World paintings, so let's square those away first. Go through the secret tunnel and into the airport. I also have little to add here, besides the undercurrent of psychosis that someone may be suffering from? Fun fact, the empty pill bottle is not an item you need to progress. Not from here or the hospital. It doesn't get added to the picture frame. Red herring then? Or a narrative device to connect these 2 locations? Once again, I don't know. Actually, one thing you can do here, if you position yourself just right in the bathroom, so that the blood covers everywhere except the entrance.
Wait, how did he get this to
In the
appear?
bathroom, so that the blood covers everywhere except the entrance.
Oh.
Amen to that. Okay, let's just clear up and board our plane already.
I was on an airplane, and I was the only passenger. I looked out the window to see the ground below, and noticed that the terrain was unfamiliar. I had no idea where I was or where I was going. Suddenly the plane started to shake violently, and I heard a loud noise coming from the engine. In the distance, I could see a huge storm cloud coming towards me. I tried to communicate with the pilot, but I couldn't hear him over the sound of the engine. The plane began to dive, and suddenly I felt a huge jolt. I looked out the window again and saw that the plane was heading for some kind of structure.
It's such a cool thing that he did the rambling diaries, because everything in it hints at what you can do in the game.
I closed my eyes and felt the plane crash.
If you
I felt
dissect
the
it.
impact and heard the screams and cries from the people around me. I then woke up, my heart pounding and my body drenched in sweat.
Congratulations, we finally caught up. The house is now just the same as it ever was, showing we finally did it. Except that flower painting now isn't. What an interesting picture. And the doors are back. So you could leave. Which, at this point, would be silly. Why would we do that when we can take this rabbit hole as far as we can go? Before you ask, no, this doesn't open until you get all the items.
So you have to get all the items for this to happen.
Somewhere new, at long last. Nowhere to go but the road, I suppose. The long, winding road. What's that over there? This
Like
song,
naked.
of course. And this crashed car seems to lead
Chat,
to an
I
American.
didn't know about this. Apparently this is something I don't know how I avoided this, but this is some famous song. It's called The Most Mysterious Song because no one knows who made it. Like no matter what, no one can figure out who made this song. For decades, I have never, I don't know how, through living on the internet, I have never come across this.
Course. And this crashed car seems to lead to an American gas station. Got a good feeling about this. This music too reminds me of a brawl I had once. Inside the store you can find the final item, an Atari 26
Reminds me of a what? A brawl?
once. This music too reminds me of a brawl I had once.
A brawl.
Inside the store you can find the
get it.
final item, an Atari 2600 controller. There's not much else here to see. A bus stop and a lit up sign. So the only thing we can do now is follow this trail of blood to this last room. Oh. Oh god. Please don't tell me that store was the house again. You know what? It's fine.
I mean, I assume
because
that's
now
what it
we
is,
have
a bar
all the
brawl.
items. And now the Mirror World painting has something to show us as well. Very interesting. So we leave, and sure enough, the fence opens in the same, if mirrored, place, and in we go. It's a long road back to the station, and you could miss it, being the map is flipped around, because the car isn't here anymore. There's a tiny torch instead. But it leads to the gas station all the same.
ARGs? What are ARGs? Action role-playing game?
Maybe not all the same. I try and poke around a bit, and there is a rocket launcher in the storeroom. Oh, very nice.
Wait, that's
Why am I being given a
ARPG.
rocket launcher?
What's ARG?
There's no way past the tape into the rest of the store or into the house bathroom. So we'll go where we need to. Sure enough, standing out by the sign, we can see the smoke above the trees. And hidden between all of them is a little camp area. You can actually go here in the regular world, but there's nothing here. Meanwhile, we have some carving on the tree. S plus A. What the? Get out of here, no! What the hell?
Yeah.
I can't go back. Huh? Wait. What is that?
What have I done to the frames? This ending, though, like, what the hell? It's like a fake ending.
Congratulations on achieving Ending 2. No, really, this is an ending. You might have some questions, but fortunately, there's another dream to tell you about.
February 26, 2023. I can no longer tell what elements of this map are my friends, which are mine, and what the map has created. I am no longer afraid that the map is creating itself. It needs me as much as I need it, which reminds me of a dream I had the other night. I'm not sleeping much, but I recall this one with surprising clarity. I was standing on a beach, staring out at the placid water, the ocean stretching out as far as the eye could see. Seagulls cawed overhead and the gentle caress of water lapped the sand in front of me. I dipped my toes into the water. At least I tried. There was no water, no ocean. It was an illusion. I realized everything around me was fake. The trees, the birds, the sand. It was all a one-act play. And I was Willy Loman, the damned fool who believed in something greater. There was no happiness to be found. I wandered the set only to find myself staring into oblivion. It was the end of time itself. No joy, no misery, no sadness, only emptiness. Men of faith tell us the afterlife is for eternity, but is it possible to keep your sanity for eternity? A day passes in the void, a month, a year, 2, 5, 10. Is this an eternity? 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. I've sat in this room for 1,000,000 years now, entertaining the same thoughts, pondering the same questions, and ruminated on every mistake in my life, anguishing over them for centuries. 1 billion years now, double that, now double it again. I'm still nowhere close to the end of eternity. I pray for death, but it never comes. Just me and my thoughts and my mistakes and my insecurities and my regrets and my loneliness. Somewhere in another dream, the version of myself that winked back is sitting on the real beach, happy and content, knowing that life is finite. There is no afterlife.
Oh, see you, Gabe. I didn't
found
know
in the
you
small
had
things
work.
around us that we can
It's a
control.
long break.
Happiness has to be fought for.
Time to fight for your happy ending. Once you lower the entrance to the fake beach, it's time to get running. Escape from the shadowy Archvile, who is basically unkillable. You can stun them pretty easily, but it's easier to just run and never stop. They will teleport and chase you, even into the Mirror House, where they'll start resurrecting the dead monsters, so we're going to have to flee to the regular world pronto, which is now repopulated too, and has Archviles as well,
Man, this
but
is
fortunately
crazy.
normal ones that we can kill by carefully peeking in and out of sight of their attacks. I probably should have just BFG'd them, but I felt proud when I did it, until I saw outside. It's worse when you open the door.
That Baron yell is horrifying.
Ow. Before we leave, go back up to the attic and look into the mirror. The shadowy Archvile has taken the spot where the Christmas bauble used to be. How ominous.
Yeah, that's... oh my
Getting out
God,
of the house is
seriously.
tricky. I like to do a lap around the house to get them infighting and thin their number a little. I also want to stock up slightly with these items, but not really fight them. Our battle isn't here. We need to hit the road again, which, by the way, has one last dream to mention.
I was driving along a road in the woods when all of a sudden my car veered off the road and crashed into a tree. I woke up to find myself in the driver's seat with an injured and bleeding leg. My head was spinning and I felt disoriented. I dragged myself out of the car and hobbled my way through the woods in hopes of finding help. My leg was
Did
in
I do
agony.
this
and I
mine?
felt like I was going to faint.
I don't think
Through
I
the
did.
trees, I saw the lights from a lonely gas station. I was
God, that is
relieved
so
to find
far
it open,
away.
but then I realized there was nobody there. I had no idea where everybody had gone. As I was standing there, I heard some strange noises coming from the woods around me. I was too scared to investigate, so I just stood there, feeling scared and alone. Suddenly, I heard a car in the distance, and I limped towards it. Thank goodness. It was a taxi driver who was able to take me to the hospital. I eventually woke up in a cold sweat, not sure if I was relieved or disappointed that it was just a dream.
And with that, there's only one last fight left for us. The gas station is surrounded by monsters from all sides, and a spider mastermind sitting atop the courtyard roof. It's a tough fight, but happiness has to be fought for. hold on a second, guys. I just need a quick break. Oh, very nice.
Oh, alternate reality games. Yeah, I haven't really gotten into those.
And here is the true ending. The one secret finally discovered to tell you that this is the end. This beach is real. Actual peace is here for you. And if the dog in the maze survives, then they join you on this beach as well. To cap everything off, the nightmare is finally over. You've completed my house and can relax knowing there's nothing else left to see. Well, actually, what if you collected all the items, unlocking the secret passage in the yard, but then burn the house down anyway? What if you fought your way through the burned out house again, the brutalist maze, went through the airport that has no plane, but you still fall back down into the now destroyed house? What if you did all of that, left the house, and then opened the fence passage?
Yeah, what happens? I don't even remember.
Oh yeah.
This isn't an ending, but it is a little secret for you. My phone couldn't read this QR code, but fortunately, someone very kind and clever in the Doomworld forums transcribed the code into something readable, which takes you to a new hidden photo in that Google Drive. An obituary for Steve Nelson. Steve died on the exact same day that Tom died, August 3rd, 2022. What does this mean? Does it mean that Steven's spirit made this Doom map as his last connection to the outside world? Is this meant to be some metatextual statement on the death of the author? I don't have a sole definitive answer, and I'm not sure one really exists for me. But this does open up some interesting rabbit holes. Was it actually Steve who wrote the journal? Rereading the journal after discovering this, it suddenly struck me how rarely names are used, instead using my childhood friend, or just my friend, when referring to who I presume to be Tom. It's only in February 2023 where Thomas is finally named, and positively identified as the person who started the map on the floppy disk, which I guess the forum post also confirmed. Steve isn't named anywhere in here, which might support the idea that he's the one writing it. At first though, I wondered if the vagueness of the journal meant there was a third person who wrote it. Who would that be? A, of course. The journal mentions the love of their life, and the obituary confirms Steve did indeed tie the knot at some point. The journal implies that their love is no longer with them, too. Could the journal be by A talking about Steve? This might be an answer for those wanting to reject an ethereal origin for this mod. However, this is leaving out an important detail from the obituary. Steve is survived only by his closest relatives, and not by any spouse. So either they had separated, or their partner had already passed away. You might be able to see where I'm going here. I think A might be Tom. His last name is Allard, A for Allard perhaps. if they were close, even as friends, it wouldn't be hard to see them having nicknames for one another. The obituaries further support this too. The fact that both of them married their old school crushes, and that they went to the same high school. The fact Thomas moved back to the same town to be with the person they married. Tom too is also not survived by a spouse, despite being married. And the fact they're both sharing a celebration of life and funeral service at the same place, date, and time. So, yeah, I think they're together. The obituaries don't mention how either died, merely that Stephen passed away and that Thomas died in his home. I've heard there's an entire lexicon of euphemisms that obituaries use to talk about the recently deceased, but I don't know if I'm privy to such things. Anything I could derive, further than I already have, would merely be a baseless assumption, from here or in the map. But you might wonder then what this whole mod was about. If at the end our big twist was our author too was dead, and this was a tribute made for romantic love rather than just friendship. Well, I'm sure I don't need to point out the signs of a potentially difficult childhood that appear throughout this map and its supplemental material. It's hard to know exactly who owns what here. However, I'd say some things feel particular to Stephen. For instance, there's the hospital. Thomas still has all of his close relatives together, but Stephen apparently lost his father sometime before his death. So, are we reliving his father's death here? No idea why he died, though I remember the pill bottle. Curious. His mother also has 3 different last names mentioned within the obituary, which might imply a difficult upbringing for the boy. The level itself is full of moments that could represent other events or memories, but I'd like to repeat one last bit from the journal instead. For a short time, you brought a little happiness to this painful existence called life. That's my read on things. A tribute to a difficult life which love briefly illuminated, made from beyond the grave by a grieving partner's cursed soul. You might disagree. It's intentionally vague, and I think its opaque and confusing nature is part of the point to illustrate trauma. So why not play it for yourself? Explore its many corners, read these documents, and see what conclusions you draw. Maybe the airport is Tom coming back home to Illinois. Maybe the frisbee is Stephen's love of frisbee golf. For me, though, it's interesting this all started with sharing a house on a floppy disk. When 2 people begin to share a house, when one moves in with another, what do each of them bring into it? If I had $1 for every time a horror game revealed itself to be a gay love story at the end, I'd have $2. And my local bakery still wouldn't accept them for a sausage roll. Some of you may be wondering about the account of Veg on Doomworld, and it may shock you to know that Veg is a real user. Real in the sense that this account has been open since 2004, then seemingly left in 2006, before coming back in September of 2022. Their posts and updates on Doomworld mirror what's said in the journal perfectly, with dates lining up and everything. Veg never dropped their character, even for a second. I can say character now, right? We all understand the healthy lines between fiction and reality,
No, it
correct?
really is true.
There is actually a bit of,
It's a
to use a
ghost.
technical term, hoo-ha in the forums about the identity of the author, or authors, where the clues have been left in places like anagrams or even in the thread itself. However, to be totally blunt, I don't care to chase up on such things. Either the creators come forward, or they don't. What matters to me is the time I had playing this. I did not expect one of my favourite gaming experiences of 2023 to be a Doom map. Playing through my house has been like I've had a spell cast on me, utterly entrancing me and convincing me to keep playing, keep digging into its secrets. I've spent hours in this little map of 10 minutes of playtime, and longer still just thinking about it. Not only the details of its narrative, but how genius its design is. A lot of this has already been discussed at length by people inside the Doomworld thread, which I highly recommend you read for yourself. Those people in there know Doom much better than I do. But I want to bounce off the pages and pages of discussion that's already there and say how incredible it is that this feels like a full Doom horror map Rather than just a horror mod that happens to run in Doom,
can have 'em
all
both.
elements of its design are
you
rooted
can
in
do
rules
both. What
very
the
familiar to
frick?
fans of Doom 1 and 2. Solving mazes,
thought it
running
was
past
one at a
lines
time.
which trigger new things in the map, such as opening new passageways, even the effect of running in circles around a map, collecting keys to open doors, or in this case, making the door appear once again. This is the language of Doom, and this mod takes it and twists the familiar words to be understandable but also terrifying. It is that uncanniness that stems from that familiarity that makes it work so well with the presentation of the entire game. One thing I haven't mentioned that's inside the Google Drive is the actual myhouse.wad. A much smaller map that, if you play, it's just the basic loop of the regular house. Or the first house, I suppose. No weirdness, and even beating underhalls takes you forward to the gantlet. Although there is actually one key difference. You're a different height. Actually, it'd be more accurate to say that in the PK3 version of the game, you're taller. The WAD doesn't change your height from the default. You might not notice it in the context of the house. You feel at a regular human height for these objects. Maybe the reason why this change was made. But you don't end at the house, do you? You're still a different height when you go through underhalls. Given how many times a Doom player may have gone through underhalls over the years, especially a community dedicated to Doom, that uncomfortable feeling of something not being right might be hard to shake and even harder to pin down. I didn't even know where else to mention this, but is it any coincidence that the game takes you into underhalls? An early Doom 2 level featuring a house. There's nothing off about it, but after going through all you saw in Expedition 1, can you really feel for sure that that is the case? Everything about this map works to get itself under the skin by being just a little bit off. That subtle change of the player height, the weapons animations swapping out, playing with the music that people expect to hear in these maps. Even the doors. How iconic is the Doom door opening sound? And this game even manages to flip that on its head. It
Now that I
takes
don't
the
have a rocket,
ultimate
I probably ain't
familiar
even gonna fucking
and
make
reliable space that is Doom and creates points of alienation to remove feelings of security when playing it. Playing a simple mod based on a player's house. Even if you've never played classic Doom before, I think this can have an effect on you. After all, you do one loop of the house before anything weird happens, and then your loops to grab keys become wider and stretch into the impossible. Then there's also the extraneous references in the game. Shrek, the backrooms, and the many inspirations from the liminal space online movement. Some of you may have rolled your eyes when you saw them, but what if I told you they were actually very smart? See, Doom has had maps and mods made for a very long time, and in a manner not dissimilar to how online communities in these horror spaces continue to make their own spins on the core elements of their chosen movement. Multiple online versions of the backrooms and liminal spaces exist, with all kinds of ways to experience them, from art to video to game. Shrek, existing in here, as crazy and pretentious as this will sound,
You know,
draws
when
a
I read the
connection
title of the
between
stream,
these
I didn't
movements
think at the
and
same
Doom
time.
modding. He is a
Also,
meme.
69
He's
Doom.
everywhere. Has been for an ungodly amount of time. And chances are, if a new meme or online movement comes along, Shrek will be put inside it at some point. But
Leroy,
Doom modders have
thanks
been
for the
putting
resub.
personal Easter
Thanks so
eggs
much.
inside their maps for years. It's never been uncommon to see something out
Oh,
of
it is
place in
literally
someone's
69,
map.
dude.
Something that probably meant something to the map author. It's a small piece of personal expression, not unlike someone putting Shrek inside their horror work. It might sound like I'm stretching, but when you see Shrek, you know it's artificial. Your mind immediately knows that what you're playing is constructed, and you'll
is
think of the
this?
author. Something that this map is asking you to do constantly. Okay, I might be focusing a bit too much on this, but bear with me for this last point. What I like most about this connection is that it feels like a celebration of Doom modding.
That Midnight Helm
This
is in the
year,
depths.
Doom turns 30 years old,
I'll
and
show you on the
30
map if you
years
wanna know.
on, this game is still getting community support, and the set rules of
So I
this
shouldn't
game
be wearing
are
this
still
right now.
changing in radical ways people never thought of. but it's also adapting, changing with the times. Even amidst all the changes in gaming, technology, and even the wider cultural and political landscape, there has always been Doom modding happening alongside it. And while being influenced by what's happening around it, it's never been slowed or discarded or abandoned. Doom can adapt itself to these modern internet trends like putting on a new glove, and still make an impact when it does so. Doom can be anything, from the simplest shooter maps to strange new experiences that people haven't seen before. In the truest sense of the word, this map shows that Doom really is eternal. There's one more detail from the journal I'd like to close on. It's a flimsy observation, but bear with me anyway. In the text are 3 numbers highlighted in red. In order, they are 2, 3, 1. I don't see any connections between the journal entries they are attached to, and the number means nothing in the context of the map. So I googled Doom 231 and found a music track from
I've had this frickin' track since like 2004.
OC Remix. OC Remix numbers its tracks sequentially, so the fact it's a Doom song specifically at number 231 feels like a pretty extraordinary coincidence. The song itself was a remix of Sign of Evil from Doom 1, and I can't help but think when listening to it that it may have been an inspiration for the creation of the whole map. Even if I'm wrong, and it wasn't that big an inspiration,
especially for
it's a nice song anyway. Really makes me feel happy. Thank you for watching this long delayed video. I've been in not the best shape while working on this, and to be honest, playing through this map over and over again wasn't helping matters. Then I got sick on top of that, again, I know, which delayed things further. Production was pretty difficult anyway. I made some of the ambience for sections of this video by stretching some of Doom's songs and layering different versions together. It was a lot, but I had fun, and I'm glad it's now here for everyone. And an extra special thank you to all my patrons. Your support and your patience humbles me. So now, let's get into questions. What were your thoughts on House of Leaves? In particular, did you read it in any specific manner? I adore House of Leaves. It's not often I think about rereading a book that I've just finished reading. I personally read the entire main story first and only read the appendices once I finished the Novitzin record, with the exception of the Pelican poems. For some reason I couldn't even tell you. I think this is why I'm curious to go back, as I took the words written at their face value, without any other context. But now I have read the appendices, I want to see how I now view the narrative as presented. Let me take this moment to give a heartfelt recommendation to read House of Leaves for anyone who's still watching. Despite its reputation, it's quite an approachable book, and you can get in the swing of its layout and style very naturally.
I got a mod to make them not be like shadow people, right? It like restored their color and voices, if that's what the mod does, but maybe it let you have them both at the same time, and I didn't read that part. Because I summoned him, and I'm like, wait, you can have both done at the same time? Can you not? In vanilla, can you not have them both at the same time? Oh, just the color thing? Yeah, that's the mod. That's the mod just restores their color. So you can have them all summoned at the same time. Yeah, I hated how they were stupid shadow-looking dumb things, but this actually restores their color and their voices. Like they'll call out to you and crap, so it's like actually feels like it's them with you. Also, thigh. Also, thigh. I can replace her with Zelda. I have a mod that makes her Zelda, but she doesn't have a voice or anything, so...
Don't be put off by the look of it, or me
Alright, what's the next video? God, that was a long video, wasn't it? I literally watched that last night, and then I watched it again today. Cool. What's another, like, cool video like that? Wait, it was 2 hours? It was 1:40. Oh my god, it really almost was. Alright, we could watch a funny video. Or like another cool, creepy video like that. I don't know what else there is, though. I was thinking of something like...
Frenzy.
Another Super Eye Patch Wolf video. Let's watch a Super Eye Patch Wolf. But which one? Kinda wanna watch his Undertale video again. Or his Berserk one. Ooh, the Berserk one is so good. You know what? We could do the Liminal Spaces one. That's still in the realm of the creepy. I only watched that one once. Man, he makes some banger videos, jeez. I'm not a big fan of Liminal Spaces. I think they're kind of boring, but he does a good job showing the videos, or just representing it.
Been to a place where time stops moving?
Yeah, he did Garfield too.
It's 2003, and a friend has just dropped me at a bus stop after a cinema viewing of the second greatest movie of all time, The Matrix Reloaded. The thing is, I don't know where this place is, and what's more, it's empty. Like, really, really empty. No cars, no people, no houses, just the rustling of the wind of this barren stretch. And something about that bothers me. I glanced at my notebook.
That's quiet ass video, jeez.
Oh dear. Its battery has died, cutting me off from contacting my parents.
Oh my god, that's so loud.
Knowing what time it is.
Never mind, I'm not gonna say it.
I want to go home, but I don't know which way home is. And what's more, I've been here a while, and I haven't seen a single bus, car, or person. Like I'm standing in the frozen time of some empty photograph. I push down the creeping anxiety. This is ridiculous. The bus is going to come. Something has to happen, right? An impossible amount of time passes.
Oh, my game's not showing. What the hell? Oh, I hit the wrong screen when I was...
But I don't know where I am, and what if the moment I do, the bus comes and I miss it? And that anxiety...
There is a shrine.
My mind grows exhausted.
At the center of this
thing. How long I've been here? Maybe hours, but what if it's more?
By the way, it's just been showing this image the whole time.
Strange sliver of reality. This space in between where.
Oh wait, you've already been looking at that.
Exist,
oh my God, you haven't seen the game.
That's crazy, but something about
Don't
this
worry, it's
place
just been me running out of
so still. Wrong. And what if that never changes? What if I never leave this place and I don't grow hungry or old or at all? I just spend an eternity standing here waiting for a bus that will never come.
I'm trying
what
to
if
think
I
of
stay that way?
What video was it? It was Super Eye Patch Wolf, and he's talking about this dream a friend had, and it was legit, like, unnerving as hell. I can't remember what video it was.
Till the end.
Was it this video? It might be
Anyway,
this video.
the bus did come as evidenced by me making this video, but I never really knew how to describe that hyper-specific feeling. This fear that I had been caught in this place in between places. And then 17 years later, people started uploading weird photos of empty rooms to the internet, and I was like, oh, this is that feeling. Strange photos of empty spaces where reality feels altered would be a dramatic oversimplification of the phenomenon of liminal space. Images which, much like the unexplainable VHS copy of Multiplicity that has dwelled in my local cafe's bookshelf for nearly 6 years now, imbue intense feelings of nostalgia, comfort, and unease. Photos of liminal space have become massively popular online, and particularly in the last 3 years. I wonder why that could be. Viral images including everything from photos of empty swimming pools,
Oh, it better
video
say
game
that I have
background
that
art with the
wrong.
characters removed, even paintings depicting these surreal, low polygon landscapes. Basically, any image of an empty, vaguely man-made environment that gives off an uncanny feeling of familiarity, dissonance, or foreboding. All of which can be felt in what is generally considered the patient zero of liminal space imagery. This
I don't need
picture,
this
which was
sensor. I
posted
know where
on
the
April
shrine is.
21st,
It's in the center of this
2018, in a 4chan thread
It's
for
obvious.
cursed images. And this photo is weirdly controversial for reasons that we will get into, but for now, there's 2 questions I want to ask. 1, why do these images make us feel like this? And 2, because it's Halloween-ish, why an image like this can make us feel so uneasy, and how that feeling can be escalated into true liminal horror.
Yep.
Someone recently asked me, do we have Halloween in Ireland? And it's like, we invented it, motherfucker! But before we get started, I think it's important to establish a
they?
baseline for that feeling of
Oh shit, I think this
liminality.
might be the
This is
thing.
something that really needs to be felt rather than described.
this might be
To
what I
do
was
that,
talking about.
I would like to share one of my favorite collections of images on the internet.
No, maybe it's not this.
What you're looking at are the dream pools of Jared Pike, a series of images that take the 1970s swimming pool designs of Alon capillaries and folds them out into this beautiful infinity of overlapping tunnels and caverns, stripping away all the details, all the function, transforming them into this surreal, contextless world. And I mean, just
There must be
look
like
at
a hole in the
this.
side
light
of this
spilling in
somewhere.
from some unseen world above, the turquoise glow on the pool's surface, the fact that a place like this has no reason to exist and so probably never will, all combining into this feeling of staring into this surreal pocket reality, a place out of time, so alien.
Oh, maybe it opened
somehow.
up there. Maybe that switch opened up that. That's
So-
exactly what happened.
Why? Why does this place feel like this? Well, personally, I think there's 3 distinct factors that make it feel this way. And to unpack the first, we're going to do what is often done in videos like this. Talk about something a clever dead guy said many years ago. It's difficult to put meaning to images of emptiness, which is why we turn to the 20th century paper Betwixt and Between by anthropologist Victor Turner. In it, Turner describes how both we as individuals, as well as we as a society, exist in set states, and any new state is reached through a 3-part process. State A, or the separation, described as a detachment from a fixed point. State B, the consummation, where the new state is solidified, but in between these two is the margin or liminal. Or, to put it another way, there is what was, there is what will be, and in between there is
I can't believe I pulled
These are the
that
basic
off.
building blocks to liminality that you can apply to pretty much anything. If a caterpillar is state A and a butterfly state B, then the cocoon is the liminal space between. When the Scooby Gang roll up in their mystery machine, between them discovering a mystery mystery and solving it. You know, the point where Scooby is like, "I don't know, Shaggy. This guy sure killed a lot of people." I haven't watched Scooby-Doo in a while. I don't know how it goes. For that second act, the show's plot exists in a state of liminality.
laser
But
shooter?
maybe the most recognizable state of liminality is just
Laser
being
beam, laser
a
beam.
teenager. This point between childhood and adulthood where everything is in flux. Your body, your hormones, your social standing, your sexuality, your identity. Nothing is fixed. Everything is constantly changing as you become something different. Liminality can be seen in the very small, waiting for a bus, boiling a kettle, an airplane ride, or the very large, changing jobs, moving home,
Got a lot of
a
charts. You
breakup,
can literally
or
buy them from
political
the constructs
revolution. The point is that
with Zonite,
liminality
and
is
if
an
you spend
infinitely
any amount of
broad
time in the
concept
depths,
that
you're gonna get
each
tons of
one of us has
Zonite.
experienced over and over and over. So, how do you capture that feeling visually? Well, maybe like this.
See, this
Let's take our
crap doesn't.
diagram of liminality.
This doesn't creep me out. Inherently, this does not unsettle me or creep
Look
me
at it
out.
instead as a blueprint for a hotel, with state A being the elevator,
Whoa,
state
low
B
gravity.
being our
Whoa.
hotel room, and the liminal
Guess it was
space
called low gravity.
between the hallway. Now, let's for a second just ignore how fucking insane a hotel like this would be and look at what liminal space imagery actually does. It removes the concept of state A, our origin, and state B, our destination, so that all that's left is the present. And I think there's something powerful about that. And honestly, kind of what I love about hotels. Whenever I enter one, I always feel this deep sense of comfort.
Oh, you
Comfort I've never seen
fuck.
better expressed than this old Tumblr post. I really enjoy just existing in hotels. The long identical hallways, the soulless abstract art, the weird noises the air conditioning makes, strange city lights in the window, 6 stories off the ground, strangers jumping the hall, nothing in the dresser, no past, but an infinite present. This is why hotels
Chat, I have to find this video I'm
always
thinking of. I
feature
don't
so
think it's this
heavily
one.
in liminal imagery. They are these transitory spaces we are only ever meant to dwell in for short periods of time in between more fixed states. And that's a common factor in a
Oh.
lot of environments that are
Was it
considered
from a favorites thing? Hold on.
with action. Difficult series to write a video essay on in only come from a pair of best friends celebrating the they very visuals alone story of the old between it's that they do anything. It's kind of got the vibe of Cider traveling to both natural slide involved had arrived at the page turn scares I've ever experienced. You want it back? Of a nearby farmhouse encounters something beyond human, beyond understanding, that over the course of many weeks slowly consumes them in some of the most frightening and destruction. Actually, you know, the world not be family for decades now.
Damn it.
657.
I swear it was this video.
As you can see from 6. Lifting from the YouTuber Shrouded Hand, who I will link below, but I couldn't resist. This is the only entry on this list that gave me nightmares.
Oh my god, this is it, chat. This is freaking making me. Ugh, this one's legitimately not okay for me. I don't know. This one is not. You want to get creeped out? Watch this shit. Ugh.
The story is unusual as it comes from a friend of the Shrouded Hand, someone who, according to him,
I mean,
is a
obviously it's
down-
not real, but it's still like the idea of it is. Ugh.
to earth kind of person, skeptical of anything paranormal and not known to make things up. This story begins one night with this person leaving their phone downstairs and going to bed, and after drifting off, they begin to dream. Standard dreams at first, but soon they find themselves in a bizarre cartoon forest, like something out of a Disney movie. Rather than being a happy place, it feels morbid and sad. From somewhere, I can hear the sound of choir. In the distance, there's some kind of grotesque choir music. For reasons he doesn't understand, he begins to panic. He's filled with this unexplainable dread that he will be trapped in this place forever. And in desperation, takes out his phone and from within the dream tries to call his house. But the call goes straight to voicemail and he starts screaming. As he does, the morbid choir music grows louder and closer, like it's trying to drown out his cries. He wakes up drenched in sweat and terrified. It's just after 3 a.m. and after many hours, he manages to get back to sleep.
I haven't used the duplication glitch, no. I might use it. Just to get those stupid snowflake things. So that I can buy that armor or whatever from the weirdo.
The next morning, he goes downstairs and sees he has a
Chat
message.
this though. You heard the dream description, right? Oh, I'm getting chills. You heard the dream description, right, chat? Oh, you can't hold bloopy gems. He dreamed of creepy music playing, and he called his house, and he's screaming, and then he woke up and he had a voice message, and the voice message is literally what he dreamt. The audio is.
On his answering machine, 1 left and 3 remain. Well, looks like we're approaching the end of the video, and I do hope it's been as fulfilling.
Not creepy at all, right? Not gonna give you nightmares, right? Not at all. That's not the right one.
Late night diners, cinema lobbies, or swimming pools. These spaces designed to pass through. And for that reason,
Oh my
these
god!
spaces hold no real identity of their own. And there's something to that. If you're in your home,
Leroy,
job,
you really haven't been watching
bar,
any of my
restaurants,
streams,
or
have you?
sporting events,
That is like my main
those
source of
places
getting around.
say something about you.
I literally
just
have
by
a mod
virtue.
specifically so that rockets never run out and that shields don't damage, so that I can just infinitely ride rocket shields around. That is literally my main source of transportation in this game. Cause like screw horses. Like you gotta call them, you gotta go to frickin' stables. Like I'll just ride my rocket shield around. It's essentially replaced horses. Because horses suck.
Of you being
If horses could just
your
teleport to you
lifestyle,
immediately, I would use horses all the
finances,
time.
Your interests, the kinds of people you hang around. But in a liminal space, these places.
It's not really cheaty in any way. It's just riding a horse. That's all it is. It's just getting around as fast as on a horse.
Hell hallway or something else. They
And
have
also,
an
it's,
identity.
even if it is
And
kind of cheaty, like, it doesn't really cheat and break anything. It's just, I get around in a funner way. And it's fun, so I don't care.
There's no identity onto us, and as a result, there is just possibility. We free. I think this is a huge part of why images of liminal space can feel so strangely overwhelming. And you can see how all this applies to dream pools. This transitory emptiness that lets us exist outside the boundaries of context or identity. To me, this is the first pillar of what makes something feel real. Which brings us to the second. The feeling of, wait, have I been here before? By now, I'm guessing.
Oh my
at
God,
least
there's
a
so
few of you
many.
have seen
What
an
is
image
that?
on screen that felt strangely nostalgic.
I just go flying every time I swing my weapon,
This
dude.
this fucking thing, even though I am so sure I've been here. A relative's house I visited at the time. Like
Oh, fuck you! Why is it pointing at me every time I...
playing
What the
with
fuck?
toys in the oddly cavern-like staircase.
Why was it pointing at me?
But the thing is, that never happened because 8.7 thousand people had
Jesus
that
fucking
same
Christ, I hate these
feeling.
stupid fucking things.
And
They're
what
so
I'm
fucking annoying.
actually
Fucking take all your fucking
remembering
shit away and you
is
gotta fucking do that
likely
for this
an
fucking
amalgamation of different friends and families' homes all slotting together in this one image, creating
fucking
this
sticks.
uncanny memory that never happened. And it's that feeling that is so common in liminal imagery. These places from your
I love
memories,
STEM.
places
It's
you
a cool
stop
system.
thinking about long
And the more
ago.
you have, the longer you
now,
gotta wait for it to regen.
Here, in these frozen images, they still exist. There are rooms with outdated TV sets,
Man, these
offices
controls are
full
ass
of
with these
old
grabs.
computers, abandoned malls, or shopping centers, and places frozen in time, filled with signs for businesses that are no longer relevant, with interior and architecture all echoing the decisions of people from those markers of the past now sometimes crumbling into destitution. These are all places we have been, nostalgic places that were once filled with people and life, but now empty, having lost their purpose, because we have abandoned them. Just like we'll eventually leave all spaces, even the space you're watching this video from.
What the?
I'm gonna leave the screen blank here because I want you to look around at the room you're in right now. Look at its walls, look at its
What was the
corners.
point of that, then?
Feel the shape of this
What's the
place
fucking point, then, mother-
its decorations. The different ways you or someone else have imprinted an identity onto this space. Whatever your relationship with it is, at some point, we will abandon it. We will stop thinking about it. And this place will become empty, with only the weakest echoes that you were ever hear.
Please tell me
That's true of every place you are. Every place you are. To me, there's a kind of
Oh my shit ass fuck. This sucks ass, dude. This is pure ass.
these photos
Purest.
remind us of that.
Jesus.
This uncanny nostalgia is the second pillar of reality. Again, you can see how it applies to dream pools. As mentioned, these were based off the 1970s capillaries pools, and I mean, just try and find a swimming pool that hasn't borrowed that aesthetic. The dream pools take your memories of those places and folding them out into this beautiful and surreal dreamlike structure. You have been here, you just haven't, because that is impossible. The reason I say impossible is because the dream pools aren't real. They are a 3D environment created in Blender. But to me, that feeling of artificiality or uncanniness only adds to the liminality. There's actually a really interesting 2022 study that explores the concept of uncanniness in physical spaces, specifically trying to recreate the N curve of the uncanny valley, but in rooms.
I love the stealth. It's so cool and awesome.
Faces. And they were successful, with the vast majority of photos from the study being deeply liminal, or at the very least sharing heavily liminal aspects. And so, why is that? Why is it that even the most mundane liminal images have this uncanny quality. Well, I think a part of it's the transitory nostalgia we've already talked about, but I think there's something else here too. There's a type of liminal space imagery that gets very weird. With ethereal, unnatural lighting, environments that seem to bend physical dimensions or stretch on far longer than they should, rooms that feel less like anything a human would design and more like these abstract approximations of living space, designed without purpose or function. And what's really interesting is how people have pushed that surreal quality by taking these images out of reality entirely. Twitter user...
Can I make that jump, I wonder?
Dim.
Just have to freaking... Oh, God. Oh, my shitty ass.
Twitter user Joji has built a following from massively viral digital paintings of these
What's throwing crap at me? What the frick?
landscapes. These are very obviously not real.
No, get it!
That artificiality only adds to the feeling. Like, these are spaces that have been so forgotten, drifted so far
They are
from
throwing
reality
stuff at me.
that they now barely resemble it. And while I hold no real nostalgia for Minecraft, I have to imagine that if you do, these images hit on an entirely different level. Maybe the most exciting thing about these artificial liminal worlds, though, is the
Oh my
opportunity
God, this thing's got
to
HP.
exist in them. Which brings us to one of my favorite things I discovered over the course of researching this video. A free Steam game called The Complex found footage. The Complex takes the environments of liminal space imagery and recreates them in these meticulously crafted 3D worlds. And after staring at these images for weeks, I cannot overstate how powerful an experience it was to be able to walk around inside them. The Dreampool stage in particular being one of the most serene, eerie, and liminal experiences I've ever had.
Last day of
And
work
it
for
made me
good?
realize something. Wandering around these environments that are devoid of purpose or function, spaces that feel slotted together from fragmented memories and experiences, it was the feeling of existing in a dream. Over the years, other games have attempted to recreate that feeling, like LSD
You know what?
Dream Emulator.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not real. This just isn't. I mean, this was a good watch for me on my first watch, but I just don't really care. The liminal stuff is not that interesting to me. Only this year? What do you mean? Oh, wait. Maybe. Oh, weak. Bomb flowers, you can get quite a few if you explore the depths, but they're rare as hell anywhere else. See you later. Of course I've watched Man in Cave. Of course I have. Freaking internet historian, man. I'm trying to think. I was going to rewatch all of the AVGN stuff, but you know what? This is for me. I'm like, I don't know if my viewers. No, you know what? This today's stream was for me. Karate Kid. That was his first one, right?
This game is
Wait, I thought his
ass.
first one was Simon's Quest. Oh, that was the prototype, wasn't it? Simon's Quest wasn't even officially part of it, I think. Fuck! 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 Die!
Try to help me now, man? Well, let me be honest with you about this one. Ooh boy, I hate this game. I mean, it makes me want to kill myself. Now, the only comforting thing to know is that everybody seems to share my frustration. Karate Kid is a game that has haunted many of our childhoods. I mean, everybody has the same story. I love the movie, so I got the Nintendo game, and I couldn't stand it. Yet I had to keep on playing it because I had to beat it. So, what is it about this game that's drawn so many unfortunate kids to turn into bitter adults, reminiscing on their angry childhood, screaming at the TV, throwing
Oh, there's no low gravity
anybody
anymore.
who has
Wow.
beaten this incredibly hard piece of shit will not have any sense of satisfaction, but rather regrets, because it is a complete waste of fucking time. I mean, it's like coming out of a brutal fight, being the winner, but achieving nothing for all your troubles, but some bloody bruises and broken bones. It's just not worth it. The biggest problem is that the control is so awkward. You have to press up to jump, which doesn't really help because you can only go straight up in the air. It gotta be like absolutely still. And if you touch an enemy, you fly in the opposite direction. You can't get close enough to really attack anybody. You die in every pit, and it's so easy to fall into them. So every time you get hit near a pit, you're basically dead.
Hit near a pit.
Level 1 is ridiculously easy. You just fight one-on-one and then you kick the shit out of everybody. And there you go, you win. You do it again and again. Now level 2 is where we get to the side-scrolling gameplay. It's almost a rip-off of Kung Fu, but much worse. Every once in a while there's these stupid bonus stages which are next to impossible. I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say that it would be easier to do this in real life. Now, when you get to level 3, there's a typhoon, so the wind keeps pushing you back. And if that's not enough, there's these twigs and birds flying through the air. Every possible projectile hurts you and makes you fly back, and there's pits everywhere. I hate this game, but why am I playing it? Well, that's the question everyone has asked
God, I
themselves,
hate the way that
and they all have the same reason. Because you're angry and you want to win. You want to beat the Nintendo, but the cold fact is that nobody cares but you. Then you get to level 4 and holy shit is it hard. You can't get near anybody to attack them, and they all have these long spears that make you
It
fly
looks so
back.
stupid! Whatever. It's not about aesthetic, I guess.
You can sometimes hit people when you're walking uphill, but when you're going down, you can't really attack low enough to hit them. They're all basically just bullying up on you, and they just knock you all around, and there's nothing you can do. And guess what? That's the last
That's
level.
so
And if
many
you were
of these.
expecting some big ending
wish
to be
it
worth
didn't
all
look
your
stupid.
trouble, well, you're wrong. The only thing that happens at the end is that Mr. Miyagi winks. What a piece of shit.
What a piece of
I mean, I
shit.
guess they decided because the game's only 4 levels long, it better be the hardest 4 levels ever. Well, how about this? How about if I made a game where there's just this one cliff you have to jump over and it's like nearly impossible, but if you do it, you win the game and that's it. I mean, what the hell were they thinking with this piece of shit? What the hell? Now, if you're a serious Nintendo collector, do yourself a favor, don't get this game because it's not worth it. I mean, it's made many lives miserable, and, you know, if you see it on sale for $1, just stay away. Don't even touch it.
Alright, I haven't played this one in a while, so let's give it a chance. Alright, well this is really an inconvenience having to search for stuff. Look at this, you go around and you search for things. Searching. It's empty. It's so slow. Now this is kind of fun though, you get to punch people. We're gonna beat up Roger Rabbit now. Yeah. The only thing that's really annoying is that it takes so long to charge that punch. Oh. You know what? It isn't fun. You know, it just isn't at all. It's just a pain in the fucking ass. Can you help me? Go away, you horrid man. How about go away, you horrid game? Driving the car is really annoying because the control's so awkward. Then these weasels catch you and they make you solve riddles, and they're always the stupidest riddles too. Like, what animal can you never trust? A cheetah.
That's a hell of a freaking selection of...
And how is this cat gonna kill you? And look at this. This is the longest password ever. Would it have killed them to make this any shorter? It takes forever. Like, why should any game take like 10 minutes to type in the fucking password? So then you go into this nightclub and you find Jessica Rabbit, and then she tells you to go find her phone number, like she can't just give it to you. So you go around and you search every table till you find it, and then, you know, I was looking all over this game, like, where is there a phone where you can actually call her? And it wasn't until much later, when I grew up, that I found out you're really supposed to call her. This is Jessica Rabbit. Well, I got your number and I'm calling just to say fuck you.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Yeah, well, I hope you're proud of yourself, and you know what I mean, you fucking whore.
I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way.
Yeah, well, wait till I draw your suicide note in your own blood, you bunny fucking bitch. I'm coming over. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill
This
your
shit
whole
would not
motherfucking
fly
family.
on YouTube today.
All right, well, now that I got
though
that
this
out
is
of my
on
system,
YouTube.
let's continue with the
I
game.
just like monetization.
So you go into the stores, and the way you buy stuff is ridiculous. You go up, and then you have to, like, go through all your items till you select the wallet, use the wallet, and then this item drops down, and you go pick it up. Now, there's only one item for sale at a time, so you have to leave the store, then you come back in, and then there's something different there. So if you're looking for something in particular, you have to keep leaving the store and coming back in. Like, imagine if in real life, like if I walked into a liquor store and I wanted Rolling Rock, and all they had there was Budweiser just sitting on a box next to the counter. So then I have to leave, then I have to come back in again, and then there's something else, and I have to keep walking in and out the door till I get what I want. It's just, like, what were they thinking?
What were they thinking?
So you finally get the dynamite, and you come over to blow up this brick wall, and watch this, it's probably the best explosion ever. Yeah, look at that. That was pathetic. So then you get to Judge Doom, and he's like impossible. And most of the things you have are just useless. You have a gun, which really doesn't do anything. You know what? I'm not even gonna punish myself anymore with this piece of shit. Alright, the game sucks. End the story. I want to nail Roger Rabbit to the fucking cross.
Grew up with that game.
The original Ninja Turtles is one of the most annoying games I've ever played.
Yeah,
you first
never
play
could
it
get
and
past
think,
the damn.
well, this can't be too bad. The control's decent, it's fun killing things, the sound effects are cool. You may even think I'm trying to compare it to the sequels, which are far superior. 2-player, arcade action, beat up a bunch of foot soldiers, good stuff. But this first one is garbage. And you may be like, you know, come on, it's the first of its kind, be easy on it. But no, it sucks. It sucks ass from a straw. And you want to know why? Well, where do I begin? That beeping sound when you're low on energy, I mean, that's so annoying. Now look at that. Now, how the hell am I supposed to get up there? That's impossible. And who is that guy with the chainsaw anyway? Remember him from Ninja Turtles? I sure don't. The only way I can get up there is with Donatello, the turtle with the longest weapon. Come on, get over here, you fucknut. Alright. Okay, all of that just for a pizza? piece of shit. Okay, here's a trick I think everybody knows. When you're fighting Rocksteady, you jump up onto these crates with Donatello and you just keep hitting him with your bow.
Yeah.
Now it's really
literally
weird
use this
timing.
tactic.
I mean, you have to hit him when he's sort of ducking, not when he's standing up. I guess that would make too much sense. So it's obviously a game flaw. Then there's that level where you have to save the dam. April O'Neil says, "You have my support." Okay. What the hell did she ever do for you? Stupid banana raincoat wearing bitch. So you have to swim around and deactivate all these bombs. And there's so many things out there to kill you, and you have a time limit. So naturally, you're rushing to make it through as fast as you can. And all these electric plants hurt you, so you need a lot of patience.
So bad. Oh,
But how could you have patience when you're in a fucking hurry? Fuck.
Oh, wow. I see. That's a nice...
Level 3 is like a maze. You're in the turtle van going around, and there's steamrollers coming at you from everywhere. And you know what I always thought was really weird? Why does the turtle van have the same energy bar as the turtle that you have selected? Like, shouldn't it have its own since it's like a vehicle and not, you know, the turtle? Never mind.
So here's a pop quiz. Who are the target audience for this game? Kids. Kids who are fans of Ninja
Why are there
Turtles.
so many springs
Now, you
here? Am I
think
gonna
they
have to
would
use it on this
actually
thing?
have put more Ninja Turtle characters in the game? Like Baxter Stockman, the Rat King, Krang? I mean, it's not like Krang was like a minor character that came in the 5th season of the show. Krang was right there from the beginning. So, like, there's no excuse. There was no excuse not to have him there. I mean, instead, make way for the missile balloons, flying robot head, little butterfly thing, Mr. Fireman.
I didn't think that.
And
Right.
why don't you hear the Ninja Turtles theme song anywhere in the game? What a piece of shit.
What a...
You know what I hate? The fucking jumps in the sewer. If your accuracy is slightly off, you're going down.
God, I might
So you
need
really
this
gotta
spring.
take your time and watch what's coming up.
How do I use it?
Oh, you son of a fuck. And you know what pisses me off? They're turtles, for fuck's sakes. They can't even swim. Now look at this shit right here. These spike walls come at you like Indiana Jones' booby trap. And some game designer who's laughing their ass off just decided to put a pizza down there. Okay, well, what's the point? I mean, are you gonna be suicidal enough to go and try to get that pizza? I mean, who's gonna do that? It's impossible. What a joke. Speaking of hard to reach pizzas, look at this.
Oh my god, this guy's got an
Oh, you fuck rat. This is just a bunch of cockadookie. This is bullfuck.
Oh my god, you hit it. Good job.
Jesus Christ almighty. Holy shit. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh man. Why is this game so hard? It's for kids. Have mercy. Why does this jump have to be so close to the ceiling?
Oh, I'm out of stamina. No.
And you know what pisses me off? Every time you fall down, you have to walk through the entire room all over again. All the enemies come back, so you have to fight everybody all over again. Now, if you get the pizza doesn't come back. Only the bad guys. What a shitload of fuck. I mean, you can't even develop a strategy because the enemies keep changing. It's completely random. I can't get over this fucking jump. If only those 2 extra platforms weren't there, it wouldn't be a problem. God. Can I get up? Can I get up? No. God fucking damn, get the fuck up there. Get up there. Fuck. Whoa, dude, this game's like a total bummer. What a joke. Fuck. We can just walk over it?
You can just walk over it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Scum.
Oh my god. literal one-hit kill.
Cowabunga. Cow a fucking piece of dog shit. This game is diarrhea coming out of my dick. This game is as appealing as a fucking ooze-infested, dirty fucking sewer rat shit. I've had more fun playing with dog turds. Shredders my ass and splinters my balls. This game is an inside-out asshole regurgitating putrid.
Like, what does that even mean?
Rat shit. My dick. This game is as appealing as a fucking ooze-infested, dirty fucking sewer rat shit. I've had more fun playing with dog turds. Shredders my ass and splinters my balls. This game is an inside-out asshole regurgitating putrid anal fecal matter. I'd rather fucking yank all the hairs out of my scrotum. I'd rather drink diarrhea vomited out of a buffalo's anus.
Oh, the Master Sword kicks this thing's ass.
Piece of shit.
No, I don't like it.
This game is so bad, I really don't want to play it. But Darth Vader came from the planet Vulcan and said that he'll melt my brains if I don't, so I don't have a choice.
Back to the Future reference.
The first thing I really admire is how well it followed the movie. And you gotta love that music.
Man, this was...
Sounds just like the movie, right?
Oh my god, it freaking
And
switches
that's
the
it.
frick
It
out
just
of me.
loops over and over again. And you're not gonna believe it, but that's all you hear in the entire game. Yep, from the title screen all the way to the end, the same fucking music. I'd rather have a fucking buffalo
I literally
take a
can't hit it.
dump in my ear than subject them to this horrendous garbage. Now about the gameplay, well, you're racing against a time limit, and you have to collect clocks to get more time. So that's pretty creative.
Is it underneath? Oh my god.
So you're walking through Hill Valley, and every single thing you can imagine is out to kill you. Bullies, hula hoop girls, killer bees, and guys holding glass windows, just like in the movie. What happened here? Is this Hill Valley or is it hell? I never knew a hula hoop girl could be so deadly. Why does she want to kill Marty anyway? Not to mention, it doesn't even look like Marty. Look at that black helmet head. Also, when did he ever wear that sleeveless black shirt? Oh look, I got a bowling ball. Remember that in the movie? Remember when Marty goes around throwing bowling balls at people? Whose idea was this? What were they thinking? Ah, the skateboard. Now that makes a lot more sense.
What were
but
they
it's the most annoying thing in the game. Yeah, it makes you go faster, but you can't stop. You crash into
64
everything, and
damage.
it makes it a whole hell of a lot fucking harder.
Wait, where's the gem?
Jumping is useless.
Oh, there it
Try
is.
jumping over the bench, you'll never make it. So what's the point of having a jump button if it doesn't help at all? What are those guys doing with that window anyway? And why are those giant bees always coming out? Give me a break. And what the fuck is Marty doing when he gets killed? It looks like he's having some kind of seizure. I mean, I guess I'd have a seizure too if there were bees and hula hoop girls and all this weird shit coming at me. I mean, just leave me alone. I'm trying to collect clocks. I never got too
This was
far
his
in this
first
game,
LJN
but after the
game, wasn't it?
walking
Oh, no, that
stages
was-
are over, you go to the cafe, which by this
Rocker
time
ever.
is a breath of fresh air to see something different and get a break from that horrible music. So you move up and down behind this counter throwing milkshakes at people, and if any of them touch the counter, you're done for.
Well, I sure hope this
You'd
works.
think it would be easy to hit them, but it's not. Common sense
I know
would
that's what
say
it's
if you
meant
stand
for,
in
but
front
I
of
don't know if
someone
I
and
have a
throw
finger right.
something, it would hit them. You can't tell where to stand.
Oh, I don't know
now,
if
if
it
you
made it.
actually have
It
the
hit that
patience
pillar,
to get
so it
through
might
the
be
cafe
good.
stage, guess what's next? More walking.
You know what's the worst thing about this game? Is that it bears the name Back to the Future. A movie well worth putting more time and effort into making a decent game. And the movie came out in 85. The game, 89. There's no excuse. No fucking excuse.
So did it
Just suddenly
respawn?
orders are passed. Quick, make a shitty game, name it after a big movie, and then just spit it into all the stores for all the kids to buy for $50. Yeah, 50 fucking bucks. There's no internet to look up reviews back then. It was just, you know, you buy a game and you hope for the best. And with Back to the Future, how could you go wrong? Oh yeah, you can fucking go wrong, alright. Like if I just shat into a bag and wrote Back to the Future on it, that would be the same as this awful piece of shit.
I don't
It
know if
brings
this
my
is...
piss to a
I don't know if
boil.
my vehicle will be able to carry this. It's probably
What a
too
piece
heavy.
of shit.
Maybe there
I'll never
is.
play it again either. It's my last time.
Maybe.
I'd rather eat out the rotten asshole of a road-killed skunk than play this game.
There's
ever
the
again.
line.
And I'm dead serious, too.
He'd rather eat.
And you know what's worse? You know what's really worse? Guess what? There's a sequel! Yes, it's true. Back to the Future 2 and 3. 2 shitty games for the price of one. Let's check it out. Holy shit, look, the DeLorean. Now I remember that.
You're on the back. You should be
Not so
weighing
much
down the
the
back, not the
snail,
front.
Face, the running frog, the bouncy thing, the thing in the sewer that comes out and kills Marty, the little dinosaurs, the cloud that drops pellets, and the whatever the fucking goddamn hell that is. And look at those. What are they? Goombas and the spiky thing ripped right off of Super Mario Brothers? Fucking slackers. And every time you die, the DeLorean drops you off, and it seems like it always takes you in the opposite direction of what you're trying to go. Shit soup. Oh god, don't let the blue bird get you.
I really doubt this will be able to catch.
Ass! Get the key, get the key! Yeah, the hoverboard. Cool, a bonus stage. Wow. Fuck this. I wish I could go back in time to prevent this game from being made. Unfortunately, I need to build a flux capacitor, and I also need some plutonium to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity.
Oh, we can do
so
it.
it's out of the question. So, let's end on a positive note. There's got to be one good thing about this game.
Carrying me to the left.
And I know what it is.
Well, that's actually all I need.
Toaster.
We're good.
It's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a road-killed skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd.
This is just Nintendo, isn't it?
He's the angry Nintendo nerd.
This was before he became the video game nerd.
McKids is nothing more than an advertising vehicle, much like games such as Yo Noid and 7-Eleven Spot. Now, some people out there may actually like this game, and to be fair, it isn't one of the worst games in the NES library. There are definitely much crappier games
This
such as
game's not
Bugs
bad.
Bunny's Birthday Blowout and Silver Surfer, for example. So anyway, let's check out McKids. So there's
good bow.
Ronald
I
with
need
his
a good
magic
bow.
bag of hallucinogenic drugs. I always thought that clown was one scary motherfucker. The Hamburglar stole his bag, apparently. Alright, this is the first level. Now, does it look familiar? So where have I seen this before? Jumping around collecting M's? Oh, like coins. And Mario Brothers? Like, yeah, that's where I've seen this. It's just like Super Mario Brothers 3. Let's check it out. I mean, the map looks similar, same idea. The stages are designed the same. Jumping on enemies, I mean,
I guess
everything
most of
looks
this
the
is gonna
same.
be a 4x3,
Mario's
isn't it?
controls were a lot better, though. Well, pretty much everything is better. So back to McKids.
First few
You know, I
seasons,
changed
at
my
least.
mind. It actually is pretty original. I mean, walking upside down, I mean, that's pretty creative. Well, it makes me feel sick. They must have been on crack when they came up with this game. So you go around collecting cards that you need to beat the level. So there you go, into Ronald's magic zipper, running around through Magic McDonald world. God, that really makes me nauseous.
What were the
And don't try to
chances
kill
of this?
anything with those blocks. That it really doesn't work too well. Collect some more useless M's that don't do anything. Alright, here's a shitty bonus game. You jump on these arrows that make you go up. And you gotta jump on the white ones until you get to the top. And then when you get to the top, you go into another zipper and you collect some 1-ups, which aren't really that important because there's a part where you can get a whole bunch of them. Then you go to Birdie's stage. Stupid feathered fucking bird bitch. Cute smiley face. You know what's a big problem with this game? I mean, you never know what's below you. You just fall and die. Fuck balls. This game's so bad, they actually invented a way to end it by pushing start and select at the same time. So you get this block, which makes you heavier, so you can jump higher, well, lower really. And now you have another one-up that you don't need, so that's just a waste of time. Oh, and look, I died anyway, so what a waste.
Is there any
Oh
point
God,
in
look, a
this?
McFlurry man. Those guys are badass. So how do I get that card? Oh, every kid knows how to do this. Just get the secret passageway under the clouds. Yeah, that's easy to figure out. Kids will have the patience to figure that out, because, you know, kids have a lot of
shit,
patience.
no, there's nothing.
Especially the ones with ADD, such as myself. Then you go to Grimace's board. Here's Grimace, the big purple fuck. Look at his house. It looks like Barney the dinosaur's testicle.
Oh, no.
Okay, so here's the part where you can get 1 billion one-ups. So you just get 2 one-ups here, and then you go back into the board again. You die here, but you always get 1 extra, so if you have an hour to waste, then there you go. Have fun. You're completely wasting your time anyway if you're playing this game, as I am, let alone make a fucking video about it. And some people like to call one-ups extra guys or free mans. I like to call them life insurance. Look how bad the jumps are. Look at this. What a shitload of fuck. All I want to do is get down in that barrel, but it's such a pain in the ass. And it keeps bouncing me back up. Fuck farts. It never ends with this game. It's just like an infinite turd coming out of my ass, just like an endless rope. I mean, when the fuck's it gonna be over? I can't stand this shit.
Now, what was the point of that?
Watch the moose. Grab a block and try to kill him. Unfortunately, it just bounces and misses him. Now look at this. Would you ever guess that you're supposed to jump off this cliff? This shit really reminds me of Super Mario Bros. 3 again. And also, why is this guy walking on water? Who does he think he is? Jesus Christ? Then you gotta talk to the professor, another one of Ronald's stoner friends. And he tells you to get more cards, which makes me just want to punch him. Even worse, you gotta go to the moon where you meet Cosmic.
Wait, have I been?
Now, who the
there?
hell's
I think
Cosmic?
so.
Did they run out of McDonald's characters? What about Captain Crook or Big Mac? No, Cosmic. I never heard of him. I guess there's nothing more you can expect but a shitty character like that. I mean, I bet the people who designed this game were paid minimum wage. So anyway, you're on the moon, so you're floating around, and then there's these tentacles that come out and kill you wherever you go. And you really gotta bust your balls to find all those cards. Like there's this one that's high up in the air, and even when you get it, you jump back down and something kills you and you gotta start the whole level all over again. Ass balls. So here you are at the last stage, Robble Robble. You gotta get the cards from Hamburglar. So you gotta get across the lava by throwing these blocks in it while all this stuff is shooting at you. Fuck. So look at this. This is some kind of track you have to move on, but you can't because the controls are so hard. So do you hit A or B? I don't know. I have no idea how to control this. You'd think you can just hold the A button or something, but no, of course not. That would be too simple. They have to make it like you do these little taps with the button to make it move. I mean, the controls just suck ass. What a piece of shit. A little kid could never figure this out. So finally, when you get through all these crazy obstacles, you get up here, you walk all the way to this lava pit, and you don't have any blocks to float over it. You can't go around it, so what do?
Doesn't blow through.
Guess you just gotta commit suicide. Toasty! Wally Bear and the No Gang. Now, the first thing that baffles me about this game is the actual cartridge. I mean, look at this. It doesn't look like any other NES game. And what's this button for? Press here? Seriously? Press here? What for? I mean, is it supposed to be telling you how to push the game down? Like how to put the game into the system? Well, I can't really push on it when it's a hip skateboarding schmuck Wally Bear. Your Uncle Gary Grizzly wants you to gather up your straight-edge friends and head over to his house for a party. Wally must reach his uncle's house before dark, or at least before the timer runs out, for he loses all his lives. but every bird and attack dog on the block wants you dead, and there's not a whole lot you can do about that besides just jump for your life. You can get items like pizzas, frisbees, or hubcaps to throw at enemies. And you can't really hit birds because they just dart across the screen. Now, why would a bird want to kill a skateboarding bear anyway? The levels are just incredibly repetitive. Like literally, the same backgrounds are used over and over again, kind of like in a Flintstones cartoon. If you notice, during a driving scene, it's just the same stuff in the background being repeated over and over again. The only difference is that the Flintstones was entertaining. This is just a piece of fuck. There's also this asshole named Ricky the Rat who's trying to knock you off your skateboard and turn you into a heroin junkie. You also have to prevent a poodle from getting her radio stolen, stop a lizard from drunk driving, and deal with other things that either want you to die or want you to snort crack up your bear snout. The music in this game just fucking sucks. I mean, no bad game is complete without some auditory shit that makes you want to puke. You'd rather listen to your only infant child choking to death. So, just turn down the volume, and while you're at it, just turn off the fucking game. Back in the 80s, it seemed like there were all these characters trying to keep kids off of drugs, whether it was Mick Gruff, or Pee-wee, or the combined efforts of Alf, Michelangelo, Bugs Bunny,
That was
Miss
gonna
Piggy.
take me an hour to get there.
This game, I'm sure it didn't help kids stay off drugs at all. In fact, I'm sure the people who made it were on something. So avoid it at all costs, unless you are fucked up on drugs. So in that case, let's say no to drugs, and let's say no to this fucking game.
It has just come to my attention that there is a Wally Bear hotline, 1-800-HI-WALLY. Now, I wouldn't think that after like 20 years that number would still be functional, but somewhere, some old dusty basement, Wally Bear still lives.
That's creepy. Oh yeah, he does this. The platform disappears. Oh, what a waste of fucking time, man.
Fuck that. It's creeping me out. It's like listening to a ghost.
Alright, this time we have a guest reviewer, and I don't know, this might be kind of weird, but... Hey!
Shit,
come here. No, not there.
Shit pickle.
Hey,
Shit pickle.
tell them your name.
Shit pickle.
Yeah, this is Shit Pickle.
Shit pickle.
And
Shit pickle.
Shit Pickle's gonna...
Shit pickle.
Shit Pickle's gonna attempt to help me comment on
I
this
ain't gonna
game.
make that. I'm not even trying.
It's kind of a weird one, and hey, Shit Pickle, you like video games? You like Nintendo?
Pickle, 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 shit pickle, shit.
You ever play this game Master Chew and the Drunkard Who? Yeah. So yeah, it's a weird game, and you can just tell just by the cartridge. It's one of those weird baby blue cartridges.
What the
Right off
hell,
the
an
bat, it's a
enemy?
big piece of fucking shit.
Pickle. Shit pickle. Pickle, pickle, pickle. Yeah, pickle.
The story involves
Oh my God, I'm gonna make it.
Siamese twin Shiva. She has filled the world with evil spirits.
Shit.
Your best friend, Master Hugh, has failed to stop them, and he's resorted to drinking. So now he's a drunk.
Pickle, 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 shit.
However, Master Chu has not given up hope. It's up to him to put an end to the evil Shiva.
Pickle.
Sounds pretty shitty.
I mean,
Shit Pickle.
Shit pickle.
I think that's a rational fear. That kind of
There's
like,
really
being
only
unknown
one
on the
reason
other
to
end
buy
of the
this
phone.
game, and that's to be able to say, I own Master Chu and the Drunkard Who, so people can awkwardly stare at you.
Shit pickle, shit pickle, shit pickle, shit pickle.
Your
shit
objective each round is to locate all the yin and yang symbols in order to fight
What?
the boss.
Shit pickle.
You can shoot energy out of your
No,
hand, and you
what
can
is this?
upgrade
Stop.
to 2 shots of energy at the same time. You want to try Shit Pickle?
Pickle, 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 shit pickle, shit pickle, shit pickle.
Oh, I'm dying. It's cold.
So what do you think?
Shit.
Exactly. Instead of pressing A or B to jump, like in most games, you have to press up, sort of like in the Karate Kid. And maybe the control's so shitty because the programmers were trying to make Chu seem drunk. Or they were drunk themselves. There's endless waves of spiders, snakes, and other unnameable things that come after you.
Shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle.
What are you talking about? Graphics?
Shit, pickle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Pickle, 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 shit, pickle, shit.
The best effect in this game is that when standing still, Chu's clothes wave around in the wind. Now let's talk about the sound. It sucks. And it's the same for every stage, just stereotypical Chinese music playing over and over in a loop.
Shit, pickle.
So after you beat the first level, the rest of the game is just the same repetitive thing over and over again. I mean, it's more fun taking a shit. Each board you collect 8 yin-yang symbols and fight the boss, and then you get... No! By the way, the key in this game is called the Flaming Key of Freedom. Flaming, huh?
I think I saved it.
Kind of like the Flame Whip in Simon's Quest.
Does he still have that character?
The boss
I think he was like in like
because all you have to do is stand on the platform until they turn their back. Then you drop down, land a few hits, and then you repeat.
Shit, pickle.
For the last boss in the game, Shiva, I was expecting something a little better. I don't know why, but all you get is this weird statue. And why the fuck is it green? I mean, could they have picked another putrid color but green?
Shit, pickle.
So after you beat the boss, you get to see the best ending in video game history.
What a piece of shit.
Pickle.
Top Gun sort of marks the beginning of the genre. It was one of the first flight simulation games for the Nintendo Entertainment System, or at least one of the most commonly referred to. We obviously know that it ain't got shit compared with games today, and for that reason you might think it's not worth complaining about. But no, it sucks ass now, and it sucked ass back then. Check it out. Mission 1 is training for the next mission.
I can't with a rocket shield. I need
sounds
this
simple
momentum.
enough. So you get a choice of missiles. So would you rather have more or less? What kind of fucking choice is that? Pick more. I mean, the idea is that the fewer missiles is more powerful, but guess what? Whenever you shoot an enemy plane, all it takes is one shot to blow them up. Even your regular machine gun bullets take them down in one shot, so what's the point? And I love all the useless information on the control board. Altitude, speed. I mean, really, what does it matter? Look at all the gauges on the right just for decoration.
Wait.
The first thing that really sucks about the gameplay is just the fact that it's boring. 90% of the time, you're just flying into a blank sky as little pieces of cotton come flying at you.
Is this way?
Yes,
I was looking for this.
Clouds. Also,
I think this might be one that I was looking for, and I could not find it because my radar was going off.
To make it realistic.
It was this spot.
All we get
I could not find this one.
It makes you feel like you're in this blank, mindless
because my radar was going off.
Like if purgatory exists.
Oh wait, no.
This is what it is. Top Gun for the NES. I'd rather fly a cargo plane full of rubber dog shit out of Hong Kong. Uh-oh, I'm really fucked now. I gotta land on an aircraft carrier. A feat that's impossible. Your radar monitor gives you instructions on how to land, but no matter what you do, you still crash.
You know, it's like every time I get to this part, I think I might have a chance. This is gonna be it.
Fan
finally gonna land
system.
the plane.
The heat sink or an IAIO?
Speed down. Left, left.
Oh!
Right. Speed up. Left, left. Speed up. Speed down.
Are they always proving grounds? Oh my god, dude.
Up, up. I'm hitting up.
Every single one I've done on stream today has been a proving ground. Yes!
Ass! Fuck!
It's impossible. I mean, why is it so hard? I mean, I guess because they were trying to make it realistic, like if you were actually trying to land on a real aircraft carrier, but I highly doubt that any of this game is like really flying a plane.
So even though I crashed, it only takes a life away and it still lets me continue to the next level. Mission 2, destroy an enemy aircraft carrier. Alright, fine. As long as I don't have to fucking land on it. Now the only difference with the second level is that you're below the clouds and you can now see the water. Basically it's just a dark sky. Stay the fuck away. There's battleships that shoot the shit out of you. You're best off just flying into the sky the whole time.
Anymore. Go away.
Now halfway through this level, your fuel starts to run out. So this refueling plane comes and then you have to control its nozzle. So just like landing the plane, this is impossible, and I've never once done it. You just have to be lucky. I mean, your accuracy has to be 100% perfect. And really, I don't have a fucking clue how it works. Down, down, speed up, down, down, left, left, up, up, speed up, left, left, down, down, up, up, left, left, right, up, left, left, down, down, up, up. What the fuck? What was I supposed to do? Now look at the plane. It just goes away like fuck him. I mean, they just leave you out here to die. At this point, it should just say game over, but instead it allows you to play for a little longer, which is pointless.
Yeah, I'm totally
You're
gonna do
done
this
for.
with
The
less than
refueling
100.
plane doesn't come back, and within minutes, your fuel runs out and you finally lose. And that's as far as I ever got. What a shitload of fuck. This game
restore
chews
health?
turds.
Oh, they
This
do.
game sucks your balls off and spits them up your ass. Now, I know there's only 4 levels in the game, so it's kind of the same deal as Karate Kid. It's a short game, but it's as hard as a fucking T-Rex's shit.
Now, because I've never passed that refueling plane, I've never seen the last 2 levels. So what I've
God, it's
decided
kind of a
to do
waste of my
here
time even
is to create
trying.
my own version of what I think the last 2 levels may be like.
Mission 3, blow shit up. Mission 4, vent your anger and destroy the TV.
Die! Sonic boom!
You just haven't had enough fun torturing yourself with this awful game, and you still want some more? Guess what? You're in luck. There's a sequel, Top Gun: The Second Mission, which doesn't really make much sense because it sounds like you're talking about the second mission in the first Top Gun. So, whatever. I mean, wouldn't this be Mission 5 and up? Even the tops of the game cartridges look completely identical. Top Gun and Top Gun. If you have a microscope, you might be able to read the second mission under there. Now, to tell you the truth, the second Top Gun isn't as bad as the original, but it sure is a hell of a lot fucking harder if you could actually believe that. The gameplay is a lot faster. You can fly upside down and spin around, although I don't really know what the point of that is. And there's also not as many dead spots where you're just waiting for something to happen and looking for enemies. Here, your enemies come after you right away and they just blow you out of the sky, so you have to really think fast. The missiles are really hard to dodge, and just like the first
where are the other
time,
ones?
one
The
missile
rest
is
of them
enough
are
to
down
kill you.
here.
But this time, they're even worse because they're faster and they don't seem to come anywhere near as close as they did before. In the original Top Gun, when a missile hits you, it looks like this. And in the sequel, it looks like this, much farther away. So if you played the original first, you're going to be really disoriented that you have so much less time to get out of the way. Besides, they still look like bowling balls on fire. I never made it past the first stage, but that's also because I don't have the patience for this crap. Now, adding to this game, there's a versus mode. The one-player game where you battle the computer is impossible.
Will you please
Your
freaking
opponent
die?
just
Chat, I'm gonna
disappears
die right
away.
here. You watch.
It flies right behind you and just blasts your ass to oblivion.
Oh my god.
Two-player game.
Oh my god.
Just 2 players shoot each other up.
Oh, those hot peppers actually saved me because I was able to heal just a
you see him
little bit.
escape in a parachute.
Just
you don't want
enough
that
to
to
live.
happen. You want to see him die.
Oh my god.
Anyway, that's all I have to say about this garbage. Fuck balls. Ooh, I know what you're thinking. How dare you pick on Double Dragon? But I'm not. Double Dragon's awesome. And so's Double Dragon 2, The Revenge. But Double Dragon 3, The Sacred Stones, is just a fucking waste.
I bought.
First of all, those talking parts really slow the game down.
Please?
I mean, why not just shut
I
the
bought
fuck
Double
up
Dragon
and
3 for like 5.
Now, the big problem I have with this game is just
Like
that
the
it's too
local
damn
stores are
hard.
selling it?
All you
Like
get is
going out of
one
business or
life.
something?
One life. If you die once,
Actually
you
beat the
start
game, too.
all over
It
again.
is so
Now, I can
effing
get
hard.
through the first 2
So
Double
effing
Dragons
hard.
without dying a single time until maybe the last levels. But this one, I can't even get through the first level. Everybody gangs up on you and they just
My
drain
God,
your
it was
energy.
hard.
And yes, even your energy bar goes down faster than in the previous games. I guess they were trying to make this one realistic. Like, if in real life, if you went out onto the streets to fight this many people at the same time, you'd get your ass handed to you. And when you die once, that's it. You're brown bread. You're not coming back. You can't fuck around with this game. Never, ever go in between anybody. Try to keep your enemies on one side and keep using that spin kick. When they're all over you, it's your only attack worth using. But sometimes the fucking kick won't work. Yes, I swear it's true. I know how to do the spin kick. I can get it to work almost any given time.
That move sometimes
but when I'm
just
desperately trying to get my enemies off me, it just doesn't happen. I mean, what the fucking shit is that about? Fuck this game. Your only chance to see beyond the first level is to either be a Double Dragon god or to use 2 players. But whatever you do, don't pick game B, because that's where you can hit each other, and that makes it pointless if you want to get far.
Yeah, this actually has a co-op move you can do.
Now, just like the one-player game, it starts off...
It might say in the instruction book, but I didn't get one when I bought it because it was used. But there's actually a co-op move you can do. If you jump kick at your teammate, he'll grab you and throw you, and you'll do like a super jump kick, and that's how me and my brother like beat it. We just freaking spammed that move. Bimmy and Jimmy, I just fucking chat. I love mouses that do that when you accidentally push a button, don't you? You accidentally push a button and it's just like...
I mean, what the chance to play each other? The one billion player, that makes it pointless if you want to get far. Now, just like the one-player game, it starts off with the story sequence, but this time it shows both the Double Dragons, Billy and Jimmy Lee. Or wait, Bimmy and Jimmy? How'd they make a mistake like this? Bimmy isn't even a real name. How did this happen? They didn't even proofread this shitty game before they released it? Bimmy and Jimmy? I'm sorry, I just can't get over that. Bimmy and Jimmy. There's a typo in a Nintendo game, let alone a fucking Double Dragon game, and it's the first screen. Well, anyway, using 2 players is much easier, but it's still a hard game. There's so many enemies on the screen, and sometimes it just gets ridiculous. And all the characters start to blink, making it hard to see what you're doing. And obviously, this is an old video game flaw, and it's common when there's so much shit on the screen. So even though you never get another life, the game designers at least had the courtesy to refill your energy after you beat a level. And along the way, you meet other characters that you can play as. So when you die, you can still use this other character. So it's kind of like finally having another life, except that he sucks. This man in a business suit who does belly flops, he's completely useless. He's so slow.
He's not useless,
I have
man. He's
no
like the strongest
chance
guy in
against
the
this
game.
ninja.
Oh, you're too heavy.
Fuck.
You're too heavy.
What a piece of fucking goddamn shit.
Where is the smoke?
No! Well, Friday the 13th on Nintendo. What can you say?
Good.
The knife going into the eye in the beginning right away should be an indication of how cool it is. This game is infamous for being great, right? I mean, everybody loves this game because it's awesome. I mean, the concept is just brilliant. Adapting a series of R-rated slasher movies for all the kiddies to play, great idea. There's 6 camp counselors you can play as, whether they're characters from the movie or not, I don't care.
Rented this game as a kid.
It's a good game. Going around throwing rocks at zombies.
The funniest thing is, the creepiest thing that happened in this game when I was a kid was a bug.
Lighters, running around,
a freaking
trying
bug
to find
happened,
fireplaces to light.
Like, was
what
so
more could you ask
unnerving
for?
to me. You're supposed to rescue town people, right? And you have a timer. I was watching my brother play it, and he got to the town, or he got to the house just as the timer ran out. Right as the timer ran out. And so he went into the house, and the villagers, or the camp kids or whatever, they're standing against a wall. But there's nothing. There's no dialogue or anything. And I'm like, well, what happened? And my brother's like, they're dead. They're dead. And I was like, oh. Because, like, it was a bug. Because when you get there and they die, I don't think anything's there. But he got there right as the timer ran out, so it bugged out, and the people were still there. But the timer ran out, so they were not like, thank you for rescuing. They're just dead, and he's just silently looking, like, right here. See what you're looking at? Just silently looking at the villagers against, or the camp people are against the wall. Just nothing. Just, like, they're just dead. Well, my brother thought that was the case, but it was it was a bug. He's like, they're dead. I'm like, leave, because it's like silent. They're just staring at these dead freaking low poly, just like 2 pixel freaking sprites. Freaking me out.
Oh, and every great game has a map screen, and being that the game is mostly side-scrolling, you can't tell which direction you're supposed to be going. But that's cool. It's cool. It makes it more challenging. I like that. Like when you're walking left, but you're really heading to the right on the map. I love figuring that shit out. I love it.
I didn't face it the right
It's just great.
goddamn way.
Like puke up a donkey's ass. What a shitload of motherfucking bullfuck. I mean, I'd rather eat snot and diarrhea vomited out of a buffalo's dick. And if you thought I was serious about this game, you're absolutely right. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. I swear to God, I was just kidding. I was just kidding. It's not a shitload of fuck. It's not a shitload of fuck.
No! Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game.
Love this game. Love the way the stones keep missing the zombies because they go in this nice arc that flies over them. Fantastic. Gotta get the knife. It's mandatory.
You fat ass!
Hear that sound? That's the Jason alarm. When you hear that, you have to switch to the map screen and see which cabin's blinking. See right there? That's where I am. And over there, that blinking cabin way over there, that's where I'm supposed to go to fight Jason. And I have a time limit, so I need to get all the way over there as fast as I can, or else Jason kills one of the camp counselors. So, which way do I walk? I guess left, because it's left on the map. Sounds self-explanatory. So, here I am, just following the yellow brick road. Oh, fuck. Look at the map. I've just been walking in the wrong fucking direction. What a wonderful game. The bare basics of left and right do not apply.
Well, might as well go.
And that's why this game is so great, because it's free from all logic. Logic is for pussies. So, I finally get to the cabin, I walk in, and the mannequin counselor says, "Thank you. Thanks for walking into the cabin."
Look, right there.
I didn't fight Jason yet, but
that was like, I think maybe it was only one of them, but I swear it was like multiple. It was just that with no audio or no dialogue, just like that, just silent. Actually, I think the spooky music's playing, and I'm like, no, leave. They're dead.
Thank you. Thanks for walking into the cabin. I didn't fight Jason yet, but you're welcome. He's around somewhere. Oh yeah, he's coming.
This thing is really hard to control.
He's coming. Whoa! Well, he scared the shit out of me, and now he's fighting me like in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. So I beat him, but he'll be back many times. Just like in the movies. Even after they called part 4 the final chapter, they went on to make it all the way up to number 10, known as Jason X, where he's in outer space. But that's another story. So for now, I go back to walking around and looking for cabins with fireplaces. I mean, wasn't this a great idea? Isn't this fun? Like going 3D for the cabin parts? I love how smooth the camera angles are. The overall design, the AstroTurf floors, just ingenious. And the control's so fluent, you just might have to tap the D-pad twice to get it to move. Isn't this fun? I just love trying to find the door because there's nothing in here, and now I just want to get the fuck out. Just want to get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Because it sucks.
That island now? Seems like a limited phase because of limited graphics, limited computing power. They had to make it simple. Geez, that updated a big chunk.
God damn it! God damn it! Open, you piece of shit! Some fuck. Oh, shit. Don't kill me.
might be able to make it. Might. Not now, but if I try again.
So I'm walking around, looking for fireplaces, answering to the Jason alarm every once in a while. And along the way, I continue to collect lighters, keys, weird bottles, and because that rock is as useless as a wad of paper, upgrading to the knife is essential. I go into a cabin and right away there's another mannequin camp counselor. I love how they have no face. It's real creative. I love all those options on the right, most of which could be condensed into just the simple use of the A button. But this game just overcomplicates things because it's so good. So let's try change. Alright, we switch camp counselors. So now my character's slower, I don't have any of my items anymore, and I'm back to using the fucking rock again. That really accomplished a lot. The day to night transitions are nice and smooth. I mean, seriously, it's a big improvement over Simon's Quest, where a fucking box appears and it interrupts the gameplay. No need for it, but Friday the 13th doesn't have that problem, proving that day to night transitions can work when done right. Jason comes out every once in a while to scare the shit out of you, and he looks really good in purple, doesn't he?
He's telling me what I just
That's a
did
good
with that
color
shrine.
for him. Knowing that Jason couldn't have been the only enemy in the game, it's interesting to see the use of zombies, birds, and even wolves to add to the mix. Even Jason's mom makes an appearance. And you know what she reminds me of? Those annoying fucking Medusas from Simon's Quest. Or wait, I'm talking about Castlevania 3. What, I hate that game too? Well, anyway, let's get back to Friday the 13th. So, I'm dead. So once all 6 of your camp counselors are gone, the game's over. That's ingenious. That's the best game over screen I ever saw. For real, I'm actually being dead serious. Dead fucking serious. That's brilliant, right? You and your friends are dead. Game over. It's priceless. Like, I can't believe it. Isn't that a mean thing to say to kids? Nobody ever dies in Nintendo. They're either defeated or they turn into an item and, like, float away. But here comes a game like Friday the 13th that just cuts the bullshit, shows some balls, comes flat out and says, you're fucking dead. And your friend.
I have a freaking video game cover song or remix that has this dialogue in it.
Some balls. Here comes a game like Friday the 13th that just cuts the bullshit, shows some balls, comes flat out and says, you're fucking dead.
It's a really good track, too. I think it's like hard metal, if they have him say this in it.
And your friends, too. Beautiful. And what if there was a sequel? It would have to say something even worse.
Yeah,
like, I got a good idea what it should say. It should say, you're dead. Your friends are dead.
Whoa.
Your family's dead. Your fucking pets are being skinned alive. Your mom's a fucking whore. You suck at life. The whole world hates you. You're going to hell. Live with it.
Shoot rockets with your arrows? I never even thought of that.
That's it. I don't know what else to say. The music, just listen. It's fucking great. And even better, it loops over and over.
I'm trying
so
to
you get
think
to
of
hear
what...
the same thing.
I have so much music, there's no way I could find it. But it's
Just
actually
wonderful.
a good song.
I love those scary, faceless
Oh yeah,
things
here it
in
is,
the cabin.
chat. This was it. This is what scared me right here.
Makes me have nightmares.
He even admitted it.
Constantly. Just wonderful. I love those scary, faceless kids in the cabin. Makes me have nightmares. As if the map screen isn't confusing enough, when you go into the cave or the woods, you have no idea where you are. When you stand on a path, you press up and then the screen changes. You have no idea where you are because the graphics are so repetitive. Every goddamn screen looks the same. I can't tell where I am or where I'm going with this shit. And the cabins, just fucking horrible. I can't find the fucking fireplaces. I get lost once I'm inside. I can't even just simply turn around and see the door. The control's so fucking awkward. I'd rather play Doom on Atari. I'd rather play Halo on a Tiger Electronic wrist game. I'd rather drown in diarrhea. I'd rather fucking eat my fucking balls off and puke them up my fucking ass. I'd rather piss a cactus out of my dick. The music is fucking worse than life itself, and I turn the volume down except for the fact that I have to hear the Jason alarm. It's all just a test of patience, and it can kiss my fucking asshole.
Costs so much crap. If I didn't have the 54, oh my god, yeah, that would cost so much shit.
You're easier to beat in real life than you are in that fucking game, you no good piece of... This game is fucking horrible!
$5? Yeah, no thanks.
God! Oh, what the hell? No. No.
Oh, yeah.
You like Nintendo?
I've heard of D2.
You like to play shitty games?
No.
You fucking nerd. You want to play some Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
No. No.
Or you want to play my game, bitch? Ha ha ha!
This game's horrible.
This game is my fucking nightmare. It's a frustrating, incoherent pile of vomited shit. Even the first screen is kind of weird because it shows Freddy without his glove, but his knives are still coming out of the fingers. Now, I think I might actually have an explanation for this. In the movie Nightmare Part 2...
Oh, there's not a fan there, what?
Nah, they just fucked up. So you play as some dude who has some serious balls because he punches snakes right in the fucking face. You don't have to anyway, you just jump over them all. But this guy has the worst luck ever because rocks randomly fall out of the sky and flocks of vampire bats come after him.
Might have weighed this down a bit.
Even though it may appear to be a typical side-scroller, it isn't at all. There's nothing self-explanatory or even fun about this diarrhea mess. I can't figure out where I'm supposed to go. Some of the doors are closed and some of them are open, but it hardly seems to matter because usually there's only one on the entire street that you can go inside. Whether it's open or shut, it seems completely fucking random.
Ha! Figure that out!
So you go inside one of the houses, and guess what? It's crawling with ginormous spiders. So what do? You give them a taste of your fist. Punch them. Smack them around. Assholes. Goddamn fucking spiders. Eat my ass, you fucking bitches. Show me you're a man. Punch those spiders.
Spiders! Punch them! Snakes! You want some too?
So I get to this little square door on the floor, and I can't go down. The arrow says down, which probably means that's where I'm supposed to go,
all the
but
organizations.
I can't. It's not until later I find out I'm supposed to collect all the bones in this thing first. When I first started playing this, I had no clue what they were for.
It would be in materials, so I
now
looked
I
over
realize
twice.
you have
Did I
to
really?
get the bones because that's the point of the game. And if you can't find every single last one of them, you can't leave the room. And some of them are practically invisible. They blend in with the background because the graphics just suck.
Ooh, yeah! Play that shitty game!
The plot of this game is that you're trying to collect all of Freddy's bones so you can destroy them in a furnace. Confused? Well, Freddy's dead, and now his bones are somehow scattered all around every house on Elm Street. Meanwhile, Freddy's entering your dreams, just like in the movies, and he can only be stopped when his final remains no longer exist. damn, Freddy's got a lot of fucking bones. And they all look exactly the same. Classic cartoon dog bone. You know, come to think of it, the plot's kind of like Simon's Quest. Why would Simon want to go around collecting pieces of Dracula? He was killed the first time, just leave him alone. Imagine if Batman killed the Joker and then he scattered his pieces all over the fucking city and then went around collecting them all. What a bunch of fucking shit. In fact, the gameplay in Nightmare on Elm Street itself is a lot like Simon's Quest. It has that strange presence to it, where you slip in and out of day to night. In this case, it's a dream world and a awake world. It's got that non-linear quality to it where you're always confused, trying to figure out where the fuck to go.
Ah, taste the major suckage, you fucking nerd!
So at the end of each house, some weird incarnation of Freddy appears. In this part, it's Freddy's hand on a bunch of balls. What were they thinking? So you go around looking for another house you can go in, and none of them let me in. Try the cemetery? Nope, can't go there. What's with the zombies? They look like Frankenstein monsters walking with their arms stretched out. Like, how fucking stereotypical is that? Can I go in the junkyard? Nope. Just keep walking around, walking down. Guess it's Elm Street, which happens to be the longest fucking street in the world. Oh look, I finally found a house I can go in. The one with the door that's shut. That makes sense, right? What the fuck are these? Lollipop ghosts with stick arms? Were the enemies in this game designed by some kindergarten kid for Halloween? I'm surprised they don't have skeletons too. They actually do have skeletons. What the fuck? Could the villains be any more stock? Like, we had this creepy game about Freddy. What kind of creepy characters could we add? Well, how about bats, ghosts, spiders, skeletons, and Frankensteins for the kiddies? Could it be any more uncreative than that? Like, why don't they just add some witches, black cats, and flying jack-o'-lanterns?
Oh my god.
They should have just called the game Boo, Haunted House, which is probably what they originally had in mind until they thought, no, wait, make it about Freddy. We already ruined Friday the 13th. Now let's do the same thing to Nightmare on Elm Street. And that's right, it's by the same company.
You already found
We're not going to say who it is, but it stands for Laughing, Joking Numbnuts.
Please.
Also, listen to the music. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? In fact, it sounds kind of like it's recycled from Who the Fuck Framed Roger Rabbit, another piece of garbage they made. What were they thinking?
You love it, you know you do.
So let me explain how the dream world thing works. You have a sleep meter that goes down. If you're standing still, it goes down. If you get hit, it goes down. And in time, it goes down by itself. So anything you do or don't do, the sleep meter goes down.
Ain't that a bitch?
And once it's down all the way, you go to sleep. Unless you didn't already fall asleep playing this fucking game. So when you're in the dream world, all the enemies are stronger. Which doesn't even matter anyway, because you can turn into this other character that throws javelins and does the spinning jump. There's also other dream characters you can play as after you collect his dream tokens. Just like in the movie Nightmare Part 3, except for the dream tokens part. So if you play in the dream world for a lengthy period of time, the Freddy music starts playing. Then, oh God, is Freddy coming? He sure is. Of all the shitty things in this game, this screen is so cheesy that it's just awesome. But it's ruined by the fucking trademark symbol. Anyway, you fight Freddy, which turns out to be real disappointing. It's just a simple flat room and he walks back and forth, swatting at the air like he's blind. Come on, Freddy. To get out of the dream world, you have to get the radio to wake yourself up. Then you have to wait for it to change back to the awake world. It's annoying like in Simon's Quest, but in Simon's Quest it's way worse because it's against your own will, it happens so often, and you don't expect it. In Nightmare on Elm Street, at least you're doing it on purpose, and you get that rockin' tune rather than just dead silence.
It's high enough, thank you.
But now, I'm using my fists again. Give me the javelin back. I want to go back to sleep. You actually have weapons in the dream world, so what's the point? You know what's really weird? That this game is actually capable of a 4-player mode using an accessory that allowed 4 controllers to be connected to your Nintendo Entertainment System. Now, I can't imagine having 4 people playing this game. Who's gonna wanna play this piece of shit? I'm lucky if I can get one other person. I have a better chance of cloning myself. So this is fucking shit. It's diarrhea shit. Fuck, game horrible. Fuck diarrhea. Fuck ass shit. Balls. What a shitload of fuck. Hey, wait. I just cloned myself. I'm in a dream. I can do whatever I want. So why don't we all just stop playing this fucking game? Yeah. So the hell with that shit. Yeah. The hell with that damn shit. The hell with that damn fucking shit. The hell with that goddamn motherfucking bullshit. Relax. Now what should we do with the cartridge? How about smash it with the hammer? Nah, that's not good enough. I know, let's drop it out the window. Now come on, be creative. I say we take a shit on it. Good, do it. Empty your ass all over it. I don't gotta take a shit though, you take a shit. You gotta take a shit? Who's gotta take a shit? I gotta take a shit. Then take that shit. Bombs away. Oh, fuck you, diarrhea fiend. Whoa, hey, whoa. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. Shit. Front door. Closet. Front door. Closet.
What are you doing, you fucking motherfucker? Oh my god. Whatever.
Whoa! Look at me! I'm a fucking nerd! What a piece of shit! Buffalo diarrhea fuck farts! You see, nerd, nobody makes you play these games but yourself. So you're your own damn nightmare. Now, you're gonna die.
How does this go?
Go yank your cock through your ass, you fucking butt mongrel. I got the power glove.
Wait, I'm supposed to carry it? Ah! Are you fucking dumb?
I love the Power Glove. It's so bad. And I mean bad. This thing is bad. Why need a glove to play a game? What's wrong with this? Huh? I don't know. I thought this was okay, playing it, with the controller. So if anything, the Power Glove, it's an interesting experiment in gaming technology. But too bad they were just fucking jerking off. Like, why does it suck so bad? Well, I have one fucking complaint about this glove. It doesn't work. Now, what's the most important aspect about any game? Well, being able to fucking play it Now, before you can even begin to get this fucking piece of shit to work, you have to put these 3 sensors on your TV like this.
Fuck. Piece of shit. Fuck. That's exciting.
Now, if you own the Power Glove, you're going to need to know what the program codes are. Yes, that's right. You have to put in a different code for each game that you play. So go on the internet, get a whole bunch of fucking codes for all the fucking games, and whenever you're playing a fucking game, you gotta punch in the code. Fuck.
That's exciting again.
Alright, Super Glove Ball.
Please stop spinning. Why are you spinning?
The game is basically you're just this glove and you're going around.
If this is another
grabbing
test
balls.
of whatever the hell, I'm out, bro.
Grab the flying fish. Grab him. Grab him.
These usually just give you a reward.
I don't get it. That's it. I can't fucking take it anymore. I'm sorry. I'm gonna show you different games on the Power Glove. To shoot, I just squeeze my fingers. Damn! Fuck! Go up! Go up! Go up! I can't get the fuck up there. God damn it! It's easier to do a handstand while taking a shit. How do I attack? Oh. Somehow I kicked, but I don't really know how I did it. I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh, damn, come on, get him, punch him. Oh, fuck. I can't pass the first screen in Double Dragon. Damn it. Might as well just use the fucking controller.
Do I need to like melt
What's
ice
the point
to
of
make it
this?
slippery? I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Castlevania. Twitching my finger like this, I swing the whip. Come on. Oh yeah, there we go. How do I jump? How the fuck do I jump?
It's like a sandwich. Ooh, I'm hungry.
Is that it? Squeezing? Does that jump? Can I get up the stairs? Can I get up the fucking stairs? Fuck! How do I get up the fucking stairs?
First try!
Just jump. Can I do a nice jump over this? Come on, do a jump. Yeah, there we go. We jumped. It's awesome. It's really exciting when you actually get something to work. Come on, go down. There we go. No, don't go that way. Go this way. You asshole. Come on.
And now, just because there's a down, I'll bet you this chest has nothing in it worth getting.
Come on, go down. Don't go up
if
the
I don't
steps.
get
Go
it, then
down.
it'll show on the map that I didn't get the chest yet.
Go down.
So goddamn it,
Don't
I gotta
go up
get
the
it.
fucking steps. Go down, you. How the fuck am I going up there again? Come on. Oh Jesus. Jumping all over the place. I didn't even know you could jump backwards.
I wonder why it's giving me
Oh, you fucking fishman. Oh, good luck. I'm gonna fall in the water and die. Fuck! Wow, this sucks. This sucks hard. Come on. Now jump, jump. Oh, wow, that helped. Okay, keep going. Oh, fuck. Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. There's only one way to do this game with the Power Glove. So while it's not very responsive, I can go up and I can go down and left and right. But everything else, like the punching and kicking, just seems to come at random. What the
Play the music, play the damn music.
Good luck. Sucks monkey fuck. Sucks monkey fuck. Down. Go down. Come on, down. Go so far down. Down. Go down. Left. Go back. Come on, go back. Go left. Go left.
Man, you know how much
Shooting
my brain
butter.
hates hearing music? Video game music I love, and then it just cutting off.
back.
There.
Go up.
Are you doing Life Force music?
Oh, Jesus. Come. Oh, fuck, go. Damn it. Just fuck a doodle shit. This battle will make your blood boil. Good luck. Good luck is right. I'm using the fucking power glove. I can't even line myself up to shoot this fucking tank up here. Go up, shoot the tank. Damn it.
How the hell
shoot
did
the
I
tank.
make it up there?
Shoot
like,
the
good
tank.
God.
I think I got it. I can't get around the rock. God damn it. Move. Up, left. Come on, left. Left. You can go left. Come on, up. Left, up. I can't even get around the trees. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, we're moving on. Okay. Oh God, no shit. One of the big problems is that I can't either stop jumping or stop ducking. Alright, well, do I want to really bother to talk to him? Yeah, not really. No, I don't. Come on, I'm serious. I don't want to talk to you. Go. Leave the fucking cabin or house or whatever the fuck it is. Come on, keep walking. Oh, there we go. I didn't really mean to go in there. Alright, leave. Alright, leave the house. Go left. Go left. Come on. Go left. Oh, I'm in the house again. I don't want to... Get the fuck out of the house.
Freaking music.
Get up. Go away. All right,
I don't have the patience, but I'm gonna freaking blow by doing this, I'm sure.
Why am I shooting the sword? All right. Here we go.
We got this, man. We got this by the ass.
It's gonna be a long swim up.
You know what's really cool about Rad Racer? That if you push select, the game goes 3D.
Oh my God! How?
Rad Racer with the power glove and 3D glasses. You can't get any more rad than that.
Wow. Playing Top Gun with the power glove. It's like puking on a pile of shit.
Oh my God, what the fuck am I doing? I'm trying to land the plane in Top Gun with the power glove. I can't even land it with the regular controller.
I love that gag. What is going on? Oh, that's an ice freaking flame. Oh my God.
Punch out.
Did I save it?
Alright, well, I don't know how to fucking dodge. That's really a problem. Punching seems to work somewhat.
What are we doing? We're hitting some emergency. Oh my God.
Oh, God. Oh, shit.
Can't believe we didn't go.
I lost to Glass Joe.
Try doing the Contra code with this fucking thing. Shoot by twitching my finger. Jump by clenching my fist. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, come on now.
Whoa, stop!
Oh, fuck. You piece of shit.
If you want to bring a totally new element of challenge to your Nintendo games, try the Power Glove, because it sure makes everything a lot harder. It's just a barely functional contraption designed to rip off little kids. It's the biggest scam since the Atari 5200 controller. The only kids who own this were usually the richer ones who thought they were cool. Well, they're not cool. I'm not cool either. Look at me. You think I'm cool? I got a fucking glove on my hand. I'm trying to play a fucking game with it. I look like an idiot with a fistful of shit. Well, hey, let's end with the classic Super Mario Brothers.
Alright, Mario, you don't have to keep jumping. At least you made it over the Goomba. You were lucky, you fuck. Alright, what? Come on, I can't get up on the fight? I'm not even doing anything.
I'm touching the fucking floor right now. I am touching the floor, and I can't get him to stop jumping.
Get over the pipe, you fucking asshole. Oh, I can't get over the pipe. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Come back, come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, go, come on.
Wow,
oh,
I think I'll make it. Just gotta make one more freaking balloon.
Now you're playing with power. Now you're playing with fucking shit. You're better off fucking shit than fucking with this fucked up shit. Fuck this shit. You don't know shit about how fucking shitty this fucking shit is. It's so bad it sucks. It's so fucking suck it fucks. And I
don't like it.
Can't take it anymore.
Let me take you back to when Capcom's Street Fighter II came out. I never heard of the first one, but hey, this is an awesome game. Can't wait for Street Fighter 3. Then comes Street Fighter II, the Champion Edition. Oh, cool. Street Fighter 3's next, right? Nope, Street Fighter II Turbo. Okay, awesome. Can't wait for Street Fighter 3. Super Street Fighter 2. Cool. Street Fighter 3? Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. What the fuck? At first I thought all these updates were kind of nice to hold you over, but how many times can you update the same fucking game? It's getting ridiculous. I'm not gonna buy it again. Well, then finally comes Street Fighter Alpha, then Street Fighter Alpha 2, and after that, I honestly lost track. There eventually was a Street Fighter 3, like 9 million versions of it, but there was also Street Fighter Zero, Street Fighter EX, EX2, and EX2 Plus. Not to mention, way back on the NES, there was Street Fighter 2010.
Dive!
And speaking of Capcom, Mega Man's another series where the numbering got confusing.
I could probably make
There's
it
Mega Man 1 through 6 on the Nintendo, but then on the Super Nintendo, there's Mega Man X, which at the time I thought it meant Mega Man 10, but then came Mega Man X2 and X3. Strangely enough, there was a Mega Man 7 on Super Nintendo after all. That's right. 2 different series going on at the same time. Then on the PlayStation consoles, there was Mega Man X4, X5, X6, X7, and X8. There was even a Mega Man 8, a regular Mega Man 8, on PlayStation. Now, only if they made a Mega Man 9, it would come full circle. It doesn't end there either. What's this? Mega Man Battle Network series? Mega Man 64? Did they really make it that far? No, that was just the Nintendo 64's stupid gimmick of putting 64 at the end of every fucking title. Another thing that really grinds my shit is when the Japanese and American releases of games differ. The results can also be pretty confusing. A good example is when Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan wasn't released in America till later, but what we got in its place was a completely different version, though it was still called Super Mario Bros. 2, and the Japanese one came later as The Lost Levels. The Final Fantasy series is the prime example. Not being a hardcore fan, I'll attempt to explain it to the best of my knowledge. From what I understand, Final Fantasy 2, at the time of its Japanese release, wasn't released in the US. Neither was Final Fantasy 3, but Final Fantasy because we didn't have 2 or 3, it wouldn't have made sense to call it 4, so what do? They call it 2. Now, Final Fantasy 5 wasn't released here either, so when 6 came out, that became 3. Final Fantasy 3 also happens to be one of my all-time favorite games on the Super Nintendo. And I remember that after that, Squaresoft started releasing the next Final Fantasy games on PlayStation. Things changed, and now they weren't fucking with the titles anymore. So when Final Fantasy VII came out, they just called it Final Fantasy VII. And that's where the confusion began. I wondered, what the fuck happened to 4, 5, and 6? But what I really should have been wondering, little did I know, what the fuck happened to 2, 3, and 5?
What the shit do you shitty do?
So there were other Final Fantasy games we didn't know about? I was playing 6 all along and not 3? What a bunch of
You didn't know this about the Final
bullfuck.
Fantasy games?
Now let's talk about movies now.
They were literally all wrong up until 8. They finally started naming them right until on 8 in America.
Lot to say. One of the things that really brings my piss to a boil is when there's a movie that has a whole bunch of sequels, all conveniently numbered, but then they suddenly decide to stop numbering them. Take Halloween, for example. Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, Halloween 4, Halloween 5, Halloween The Curse of Michael Myers, Halloween H2O, and Halloween Resurrection. Oh, God. If they continue like this, years from now, future generations aren't going to know which order these films came in unless they do a little research first. What I want to know is why was it okay to number the first 5, but not after that? Like they're embarrassed they made so many. Not to mention each one just sucks harder and harder. And if anything, the more fucking sequels there are, the more necessary it would be to just fucking number them. The Star Trek series did the same thing. Right now there's 10 of them. Star Trek 1 through 6 were all numbered. But when they stopped using the original cast from the show and started using the cast from Star Trek The Next Generation, they dropped the numbers from the films and called them Star Trek Generations, Star Trek First Contact, Star Trek Insurrection, and Star Trek Nemesis.
35 seconds.
Okay, well that's real fine, but where'd the fucking numbers go? If they couldn't call Star Trek Generations Star Trek 7,
Chad,
why didn't they just call it Star Trek The Next Generation off the show, and then call the next one
could have just
Star
went
Trek
to that
The Next
one
Generation
freaking robot
2,
and he would have
just start a new line of sequels. But hey, some of the original cast was in Star Trek Generations, so instead they should have called it Star Trek 7 / The Next Generation Part 1. Actually, never mind, just fuck it. I've always praised the Rocky movies. What a perfect string of sequel titles. Rocky, Rocky 2, Rocky 3, Rocky 4, and Rocky 5. No subtitles, all Roman numbers, consistent, perfect. But they're gonna fuck it all up now by calling the new one Rocky Balboa.
The whole glide
Seriously? Are you kidding me? Rocky Balboa? Why can't it be Rocky 6? Rocky Balboa sounds like it's the first one, but just adding his last name. And what if they made another one? Would they include his middle initial and then his date of birth? What a shitload of fuck. What kind of stupid excuse for a title is this? Reveal more of the character's name. It's like making a prequel of Forrest Gump and just calling it Forrest. Now with talk of Rambo 4 coming out, what are they going to do? Call it John Rambo?
Fly, you fool. I love this. He literally called it.
What are they going to do?
This.
Call it John Rambo?
He literally calls it. He's just joking, and he's right. They literally call it John Rambo. It was hilarious.
And speaking of Rambo, that's a series that somehow completely changed its title. The first one was called First Blood. That's it. First Blood. The second one was called Rambo, First Blood Part 2. And then the third one was called Rambo 3. So what, they just forgot about First Blood? The correct title would be Rambo 2, First Blood Part 3. The Alien series is also pretty fucked up. They start with Alien, then Aliens, which makes sense. First there was one alien and now there's many. The title's consistent with the plot and it works. But then, they make a third one. Oh gee, what are we gonna call it? Can't be Aliens. That won't work. Besides, there's only one alien again, so let's just call it Alien 3. That works. There's not really much else they could have called it. But now you'd think it's time to start numbering the sequels from now on. You think? Or would that just be too traditional? Well, the next one's called Alien Resurrection. At first I thought it was a fucking joke. Apart from resurrection being one of the most overused words to be found in a sequel, there's no reason not to use the number 4. I mean, you numbered the last movie. Why can't you number this one? So what do you want to do? Do you want to number them or use cliche words? I don't care which, but make up your fucking minds. You don't
like
start numbering sequels and then go back to not numbering them, and there's more than one alien again. So why isn't the title plural like in Aliens? What were they thinking? The title of Bruce Lee's first major film was called The Big Boss, but when they released it in the US, the American distributors, or whoever was responsible, decided to change the title to Fists of Fury. Okay, well that's just fine, but the next one happened to be called Fist of Fury. So, we fucked up. What are we going to call it here in the US? We can't call it Fist of Fury because we changed the last one to Fists of Fury. Call it The Chinese Connection. And from now on, just call the movies whatever the fuck they're originally called. Jackie Chan made a movie called Armor of God, and the sequel was called Armor of God 2, Operation Condor. Well, when that came out in the US, there was a little difficulty. Armor of God wasn't out yet, so they decided to release the sequel here first and change the title to just Operation Condor. Well, after that, Armor of God actually did make an American release, and it was called Operation Condor 2 Armor of God, a complete reversal.
That was very confusing.
Now let's talk about the Zombie series. If you live in America and you're trying to follow these movies, you'll find Zombie 1 through 6, but there's no Zombie 2. What the fuck? A movie series
Pretty
with a
sure I've
missing
never been
sequel?
over there.
Well, here's the explanation. It started off with George Romero's Dawn of the Dead. Yes, that's right, the sequel to Night of the Living Dead. The European release of Dawn of the Dead was recut and the title was changed to Zombie. Then there was an Italian-made sequel called Zombie 2. Yes, that's right, a sequel to a sequel which spawned another line of sequels. Jeez. Well, when Zombie 2 came out in America, they couldn't call it Zombie 2 because there was no zombie. Calling it Dawn of the Dead 2 would have been wrong because it has nothing to do with Mr. Romero's original version, so they just called it Zombie instead. Yes, Zombie 2 is now Zombie, not to be confused with the Italian version of the Dawn of the Dead, which is also called Zombie.
First, I'm
So,
over here.
when Zombie 3 came out in America, they figured, okay, fuck it. It's only going to keep getting more confusing, so just fucking call it Zombie 3 like it is. But there's no Zombie 2. Fuck it, don't change the titles anymore. Now the UK, caught in between this mess, just decided to leave the title of Dawn of the Dead alone and change Zombie 2
what am I
to
even
Zombie
heading
Flesh
towards?
Eaters.
I don't even
Then
remember.
Zombie 3 would be Zombie Flesh Eaters
It's not
2,
that.
and so on
I'm
and
not
so
gonna
on.
make this. What the hell am I thinking?
Speaking of movie series with missing titles, whatever happened to the Naked Gun movies? First off, why is the sequel called Naked Gun 2.5? What's half about it? After all, I assume they incorporated half the script from the third movie into it, and therefore includes half the next movie. I guess that makes sense, except for the fact that I never saw Naked Gun 3, or 4,
probably
or 5, or any of them up till Naked Gun 33 and a third. I mean, how the fuck did I miss that many sequels?
I could make it if I
couldn't
made
even
a video.
find them anywhere. They aren't even listed in Leslie Nielsen's filmography, so I guess he wasn't in those. Somebody help me, I can't find them anywhere. Where's the other half of
haven't been
Naked Gun
streaming.
3 and all the others up to 32?
Man, this hasn't
I can't
crashed in
fucking
4
find
hours.
them.
That's
Where
crazy.
are they? I think it's pretty impressive if they're all numbered, and that's got to be a record for amount of sequels to a comedy. But damn, that one just blows my mind. Well, I gotta calm down now, so that's enough of my gripes. Thanks for listening to my rants, and good fucking night. Twice the mega power? What's mega power and how could you have twice as much of it? The title screen shows a nice colorful display for 8-bit graphics, though I
Would've
would have
been
preferred a
hilarious.
traditional black and white side-scrolling title like in the movies. But more importantly, listen to the music. Does it sound anything like the Rocky theme? Or any of the music from the movies at all? Well, the graphics are great for the time, but I wonder why Rocky's training in shorts. Not to mention why Apollo's shorts. That didn't happen till the third movie. But anyway, this is the training stage, and you just keep tapping the buttons. I really don't know if there's any technique, but you just keep tapping the buttons. Well, this is boring, don't you think?
God, these things do not last long.
Fuck.
What are you doing, you frick?
Cock a fucking doodle ass shit sucking ball fuck. This is fucking boring.
Man, will I make it? Jeez.
Okay, here we go. We're fighting Apollo.
And now I'm freezing to death.
Graphics look great. They're in the proper color shorts, the ring, the audience, everything looks good. For 8-bit, of course. But I can't say the same for the gameplay. All you do is tap buttons. There's a few different kinds of punches you can execute, like a hook, a straight punch, or an uppercut. And I have the manual which tells me keeping your distance, hitting up and 2 does a straight punch, down and 2 does a hook, and standing close, the 2 button alone, or up and 2 does an uppercut. Now, I find that none of that works, so I just tap buttons. primarily the 2 button. The other one blocks. And besides the mere simplicity of it, it's just unpredictable as to when you're going to hit or get hit. The control just sucks shitballs.
I didn't know
The worst thing about it is how you move. Unlike traditional control where if you push left, you go left, and if you push right, you go right.
Man, I was
Rocky
high up.
just defense, your player will not move in the direction you want until you can guard yourself effectively with the button 1, and then you must start dealing blows to be in control of your footwork as mentioned above.
So did you get that? Well, let me sum it up. It's a bunch of putrid anal shit coming out of a rhinoceros asshole.
Am I here,
It
Chad?
fucks up the ass, shits out the mouth, piss out the nose, dookie out the ear, diarrhea out the dick, shits for the birds. The control in this game
Am I here?
is...
Oh no! I have yet to be able to beat one of these things. Oh,
starts humping the floor.
Oh, I don't know how to beat these things.
He gets back up.
Oh no!
He's as easy as crap as long as you just keep tapping the button. Knock him down.
You know what I
he
think
humps
happened?
the floor. He gets back up. The repetitive nature of this game is astounding.
Pretty sure my
How many
screensaver
times can you
kicked
get back up? It's embarrassing.
And it crashed
There's no
WS.
3 knockdown rule in effect.
I can't even see all of my browsers are blank. So pretty sure everything crashed because my screensaver kicked on because I hadn't been touching my freaking computer. That's I don't get that. You would think OBS would prevent screensaver from kicking on. Like that has to be, right? It's gotta be a thing. A few minutes after I said what? Oh, please don't spot me yet. I want to see if this chest... Oh, I have to kill it first. This chest won't unlock. I'm so dead. I don't know how to kill these things. These things kick my ass, dude. I have no idea, bro. They're all different elements. And the thing is, if you kill one head, it revives after a while. Literally killed me right there. My God. Yeah, I don't know how to beat these things. I literally need to either like, wait a minute, maybe my camera will tell me. Jesus Christ. I said paraglider, what? Oh, it's got fabric. Well, go to the hot compendium, mother... Fighting it alone is inadvisable, as it can launch coordinated element attacks with staggering brutality. You must be well prepared to survive an entanglement with this beast. That's literally it, huh? That's all you got. That's all you got for tips. I'm glad I flew all the way here. I wonder if I can leave... Well, I don't want to leave another... Well... I don't know how to beat them yet, so that was a waste of my damn time. What is the save? I guess I'll be ending the stream for now. May as well. 5 hours is a good enough time for stream, I think. Lazy Saturday afternoon. This is not the right goddamn... Hey, thanks for watching, Chad. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Leroy, thank you again for your resub. Hell's Rejects Child, thank you for the resub. Did I thank you, Hell's Rejects Child? I don't remember hearing that. Anyway, you guys have a great rest of your Saturday. I'll see you next stream. Y'all have a good one. Stay well. Stay safe. Is tomorrow a holiday? Like Labor Day, Memorial Day, something like that? Have a good holiday if it is. But, yeah. Thanks again. See ya.